Yo, what's up, son, bro? May 10 build processing alchemy. Forgot you had a lot of scored fragments turned to mana successors. Ooh. Is that worth doing right now? Ugh. See, 10 scorched fragments. It's 2.5 mil. $7 mil. Was it ever gone? It was gone for a week. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee and we'll get started. Yo, what's up, Chris? Yo. Yeah, things went AOS last night for everybody playing. 7 incarnates. $19.30 now. Was Ronald playing Awegu now? Damn, he has been, eh? Yo, what's up, Virtuoso? How you doing? Too bad it was a bad movie. Okay. A life scaling guide? I'm not. No chance. How much time do we have for our riffs? Dang, that's kind of a weird amount of time. Oh, I didn't sell my shit last night. What the fuck? Really forgot. You know what, let's go, Layla. We'll turn these in. By then our riffs should be popping. Encountering an error while purchasing Acorn, I've submitted a support ticket, but I'm still waiting for a response. Is there a website where I can purchase Acorn in the meantime? No, it's only from their shop. Just gotta wait for a reply. Did you categorize your ticket properly? Did you make sure you put it under the Pearl Shop stuff? Because typically tickets that are labeled as Pearl Shop issues get handled the quickest. Oh wait, no, it's in the right spot. See what are you doing? Sweet honey one, max price. That's what we'd like to see. It's gonna take some time. Let's pull up the loot window, see how we do. Put it over there. Actually, I'll probably keep getting covered over there. Put it over here. There's a radiant. 2 radiants. Almost back to back. What are feathers worth? Probably nothing, right? $9 mil, eh? 9 mil. That'd be 18. 9. Oh, not even close to worth it. Can't believe how many of these I got through gathering. Orbit. Oh, never mind. 3 radiant so far. Every brilliant is worth like 30 mil. Oops. Hey, what's up, scientists? How you doing? I feel like you've been gone for like a week or two. You on holidays or something? Lurking while grinding? Yeah, yeah. I feel that. Especially when we have castle. Actually, are you still in Erm? Can't remember. Yeah, whenever we're gonna get to keep castle tonight. That'd be cool. Another week in the grind arc. I wouldn't complain. Two more cycles. Our rift should be spawning any minute now. What the fuck is the thing? Yeah, this is gonna work out perfect. Faired spawning in 2 minutes. I wish this would actually go a little bit faster. I guess it's not typically designed for you to be opening 500 or something, I guess. Damn, we didn't get a single brilliant in that session. Last stack. What's going on? Like all the Japanese streams are doing the share together thing. They got something going on? Maybe these are Taiwanese. There we go. We are done with these. Exchange them all. See how much sweet honey we got. Well, we got a good amount of brilliance that time. Still only 4 radiance from 500. That's like less than 1 per 100. But, oh my goodness, look at all that honey we got. It's a lot of cheddar. It's almost, what, 2.5 bill worth of those? That's crazy. That was probably only slightly better than grinding. Okay, let's go get ready to do my rip. It's gonna pop any second now. Timing on that worked out perfectly though. Look at there, fucking holy shit. Oh, I'm not doing a guild boss though. Yeah. Oh, you don't even want to know how many I pitied. It's been fucking miserable. And anything I haven't pitied, all but one, I've gone well below average. Or, depending on how you look at it, below average, like above average clicks. If I went average on all my stones, I should be like getting pretty close to full oct right now, I believe. What am I doing? I should go around the other way. Nope. And more people are reaching that point, right? I genuinely believe that's why their revenue was down for this quarter, despite the fact that their player base is up. And I'm not comparing to the previous quarter specifically, right? Because the previous quarter was obviously better. The player base was up as well, but I'm talking about like quarters before that where we've had significantly less players, but are making, you know, more money off of BDO. It's clear the time gates are having an impact. Whales don't need to swipe, right? And that's unfortunately what I think is going to be the main motivator for them potentially getting rid of time gates, is the fact that whales, once you reach a certain point in progression, if they keep time gating everything, they'll be able to sustain all their clicks just through AFK fishing and doing weekly activities. I think that's going to be most likely the main indicator that gets them to get rid of time gates. Not the fact that, you know, people dislike it or whatnot, but how it potentially hits their wallet. The only way that doesn't happen is if they start doing more expensive time gates too, right? Where you're still time gated, but they give us so many different time gates that it's, you know, really difficult to keep up with the time gates, that your AFK or casual income can't keep up with it anymore. And eventually everybody hits the time gates. When we first got these, a lot of people were like, oh, these are good. These are just going to slow down the later players. They don't realize now, most people who were for time gates, hasn't even been a year now, most people who are for time gates are now against it because they realize, hey, wait a minute. I have no agency over my play experience now. I have no agency over luck. I get lucky or I don't. There's nothing I can do to try to accelerate the process. Whether that's through actually playing or swiping or whatever, right? You're just at the mercy of the system. And, like, I think that removes a lot of the excitement from the game. If you don't feel like you have any agency over what you're doing in the game, I think that's a massive demotivator, right? I think people like to feel like, hey, I want my progression to be relative to how much effort I put into the game, right? If it feels like how much effort you put into the game is completely inconsequential to your progression, I think that's a massive demotivator. Especially when gear also affects so little in the game now too, right? Open world PvP is mostly dead. The only thing it's really for is Guild League. Most people who are geared enough for uncapped to be in these top-end guilds all hate uncapped content. And all the capped content, which is even includes PvE these days, just doesn't really benefit from you progressing your gear, right? Once you get to a certain point in PvE. Well, that spawned instantly, what the hell? Like that. So I hope Pearl Abyss understands what we meant, right? Because I think the community was completely justified when they added sovereign weapons and people were instantly getting into deck day 1 or day 2. I think that was clear. That exposed a different problem, right? Which was having whatever the new item is that you need to click an item immediately flood the market at min price is a massive problem too. But when people complained about that, Abyss said, okay, I guess we got a time gate. It's like, no, you don't need to do that. You already had a good example of a system you did well, which was with the original Black Stars, right? Masses of pure magic couldn't be sold on the market. You had to go out and grind them yourself. There was a node that you could put a worker on that would casually get them for you. So the casual players still had a steady income of them. It worked out great. I honestly think it was a fantastic system. I kind of want them to do that again instead of, you know, hard time gating. PvP players need gear to qualify for the tournaments. Fucking true, actually. And for the Adana fights, where 50 people in the whole game get to participate. How much time do I have left on this? 7 minutes? Okay. We have time to do our clicks before I go. Timing actually worked out perfect. Oh, I still gotta process though. Maybe I'll just do this underwater. Oh, I gotta go back to a safe zone. No, they don't need to do that, right? They just need to reduce the pities. Like what they did with Black Star was perfect. The problem is if you just all of a sudden start pumping more money into the economy, all you do is increase inflation, right? And it ends up being counterintuitive. Sure, the new players have more money, but things are more expensive that the new players want because they all have more money, right? and it ends up completely canceling each other itself out. The best way for them to do it is like what they did with the Black Star, is when they added Sovereigns, they reduced the pities on Black Stars, which crashed the price of Black Stars, making them a lot cheaper for newer players. They need to do the same thing with the armors. I think most people would agree we're long overdue with that, for at least at this ball. How you doing this morning, Ice? You having a good day? You feel like Suckdrack is going to catch a nerf after the Global Labs patch comes through? Suckdrack is always, I've said this over and over and over and over again, that Suckdrack is kind of has that drain tank vibe to it. Technically, it's not draining health from its enemies, but the fact, like the way it's healing while it's doing damage like that, it is so close to one of the archetypes that I absolutely love in classes. But the ions made it feel so cumbersome. So you bet your ass, I'm actually going to be fucking with it next week. Because who knows? Maybe it ends up being my new tag. Maybe it actually ends up being something I play, because it's a pretty cool class. I'm much more interested in Suckdrack than I am in Awakendrack. The one thing about Suckdrack too is its abilities feel good. They're slow, but just the way she like fucking winds up and then boom, like they feel like they're fucking shaking the world, you know? They're so good feeling. Yeah. Well, the cheer animation, I mean, I think they should still keep the audio. I don't think having your character stop and do a fist pump and ruin a cooldown really provides any benefit, but they should keep the sound. I think it would be silly to remove the sound. I'm hoping when they say they're getting rid of the animation, they just mean the animation, because then I don't feel so bad about it. But if they're getting rid of the sound too, then yeah. I'll Suckdrack APM. I think you got to do a little bit to get your buffs up and debuff, but outside of that, then it's pretty slow. It's like kind of like a higher than lower. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played the class in forever, so I'm not even really qualified. Today's the day, chat. Right, 100 of 250. Okay, this is lazy. Am I crazy? The fact that this is cut off and just has to be ... to me is fucking lazy. Reduce the size of the font by like 1 or 2 points. Like, what the fuck is this? This is fucking laziness. Like, that's so fucking lazy and sloppy looking. Like, how does that pass quality control? Or 2 lines too. I mean, the 2 lines still... I mean, yeah, you could have 103 and then a line between them, and then 250. It's just... Either way, it's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb, so lazy. It's frustrating when I see shit like that, because, like, any player could look at that and be like, huh? That looks sloppy. So how the fuck does it pass their quality control? They have no QA? No, they don't. Sometimes it feels that way, right? They certainly do with Crimson Desert. They do a fucking great job with quality assurance there, but here it's questionable. That is the truth. What I think, this is what I think in regards to that. And honestly, this is probably a little closer to the truth. This also applies for like when you look at this menu, it not being alphabetical. I think they design it for Korea and their font, and they don't think of how it's like once the English translations or the other region translations come in, how it's going to look. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a Korean player open that up with over 100. It probably fits fine. That's my guess. Not saying that justifies it, but to me that makes the most sense. Okay, we are... Oh, shit. I need some more harmonies. Do I have some in my storage? Let's see. Why am I... There we go. Could have swore I hit that. No. Human? Yeah. I like how everybody just assumes AI these days in regards to sloppiness. Speaking of laziness, I thought my keyboard was broken because I was too lazy to read the patch notes. Referring to Suckguard, you need to manually cancel certain blood circle now? Oh, okay. Mistakes happen, yeah. And laziness happens. We certainly don't need AI to be lazy. We've been lazy long before AI. 22nd? Oh, shit. What did I just do? Surprised that sweet honey wine shit is still popping up. I thought if you went through a loading screen, it cleared that shit out. I guess not. Yeah. I mean, little things like that, right? They create interaction. There'll be people commenting on that video, 20 seconds, LOL. And hey, interactions get the video more visibility, right? The algorithm likes that shit. Now it's no longer a mistake, it's a strategic error. True. There is a lot of Adania spots that, man, they fucked up. How to find a good girl in a stupid dating market? Stop looking. The best way to find your match is to stop looking for your match and just start putting yourself in things that you are interested in. And then you will find yourself surrounded by other people who are interested in the same things you're interested in. And you'll be more likely to find someone with things in common with you. Going to the bar is a terrible place to try to find your future wife or husband. The bar is usually full of a bunch of stupid young people or old desperate people. And everybody in between is at home with their families. Yo, look at the alchemy stone. Yo, look at it go. But yeah, like if you enjoy, like, find an activity outside of BDO that you enjoy doing, right? If you enjoy rock climbing, go to a rock climbing club. If you enjoy the gym, well, the gym's kind of a, that shit's kind of a mess. You see so many videos of freaking girls going there with their cameras to film their asses, and then they get mad as soon as they get any attention from a male there. Whether it's negative or not. So I don't think the gym is a good spot to go to try to meet people. People typically are going to the gym for a completely different purpose, right? You gotta find another activity. People go to the gym to get in shape, either for their own health and, you know, they're not looking at being approached, or they're going to the gym so they could be in better shape for the activities that they do attend to try to be more attractive at, right? So I don't think the gym is a good spot either. You gotta find like another activity that you enjoy doing. Yeah, that's true. If you like gaming and stuff like that, there's probably clubs at like comic book stores and stuff like that. Maybe it's not something, it doesn't have to be something that you're like interested in now either, but try to think of things that, hey, maybe I could be interested in that, right? Maybe I just haven't given it a try yet. And see if there's like clubs for that shit. Maybe you'll find something new interesting for you. Don't limit yourself to the stuff that you already do. Yeah. And if you're new to it, that's a perfect conversation starter too, right? If you're new to one of these clubs and, you know, you're trying to see if it's interesting to you, you could use it as a conversation piece, or you go up to somebody and say, hey, I'm new at this. What should I expect, right? But yeah, the bar is the worst place to find somebody. Like I said, it's mostly full of young, stupid people who are just looking to have fun, or old, desperate people who are looking to settle. And you don't want either of those things. I mean, maybe you're just looking for fun too. I mean, if that's the case, then the bar is great. But if you're looking for actually somebody to settle down with, the bar is the worst spot. That's true. Yeah. Scientist is exactly right. To strike up a conversation with the other people there, even if they're dudes, right? Before you know it, maybe they invite you to a barbecue, maybe they invite you to another event they're doing, maybe all of a sudden you find out one of them's part of like a softball team and they say, hey, we need another player, are you interested? Before you know it, you know, you're meeting more of their friends. Just the most important thing you can do is just try to live your life, right? Don't focus so much on... The thing is if you like go into every situation and be like, okay, I gotta find my future wife, then you come off weird, right? People are gonna be like, what's up with this person? Why is he lingering around the females? Like, just go into situations looking to have fun. Can you see my fingers? Okay, one sec. I'll put the inputs up on screen. Wait, that wasn't it. Where is it? I'll put it over here. I'll put it up here. Maybe right here by the mini map. Just for a bit, though. It gets a little distracting after a while. I knew you'd do that. That's why I was clarifying, and I did it anyways. I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. How close am I to my goal? Oh, I haven't really been keeping track. You know how to get more parlay? I do not know. I've done bartering once, one day, and then I started sea monster hunting. It is something where I know I should start it, because it'll be the one, like, I don't know. Having to do an hour of bartering every day, though, just does not sound enjoyable to me. I just want them to buff sea monster hunting, or I want them to add it to the pities, or add it to the paint. Oh, that's fucked up, Blade. And that's the thing, right? When you have somebody like that, it's important to just move on as quickly as possible. Because you know that if they are just in it for the money, then what happens? Like, if they're with you and then all of a sudden they find somebody who has more money that's expressing interest in them, right? So you just tell them where to go and how to get there. You move on. Just pretend you're poor, yeah. Go up on a fucking tandem bicycle. Yo, baby, hop on. You gotta help fucking, you gotta push too, though. I ain't doing this by myself. Have your little ghetto blaster on the beginning. Daisy, Daisy. Tandem bikes cost a lot of money, don't they? Maybe they do. Maybe that's not a good choice. Shit. Something smells good. I think I smell pancakes. I'm gonna go to the other rotation. I feel like I overcleared this one too much ever since they changed it. Ever since they changed the buffs. I was on that copium that other rotation was better luck, because the same day that I moved to that rotation, I got 3 red orbs in the first 2 days. You're financially stable with no debt, but I wouldn't say I'm rich. Do you own a house, even though, even with a mortgage or not? Because if you have a house, you have no debt, and you have a job, and you're doing that all on your own, like you don't need a second income, then I'd say that's pretty rich. By today's standards, there's tons of people who would absolutely love to be in that situation. Do you mind if I turn the on-screen thing off again? Or are you still watching it? Good now? Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. You got some periods where you're like, some abilities where you get to just chill, right? They're technically not optimal, but comfy as a streamer because I could sit there and like an interrogate Ford Garden, look at my chat. Not a fan of owning a house in this market, especially in the US. I prefer renting. It's just me. You don't have to do the house maintenance costs. Yeah. Well, the one thing that's nice about a house is, you know, yeah, you have the house costs, right? Versus if you're renting, usually if you have a decent landlord, they handle it. But you have two things working in favor for you, right? Not only are you making your payments, which is helping build equity, but you have the value of the house going up, which is also giving you more equity. For a lot of people, right? A lot of people aren't able to put a ton of money into retirement. Their house is like a large portion of their retirement, right? Yeah. Housing is scalable though, right? You actually want to build generational wealth through housing. Like I said, you buy a house, right? You spend like 10 years paying it off. Between you paying off some of the principal of what you owe, that builds equity, as well as the house appreciating, that also builds equity. Now you take a loan from the bank. Now let's say you have $100,000 of equity built on the house. Now you take a loan from the bank for $100,000, which doesn't count as income. You put that towards a new house, buy a second property, start renting out one. Now you have the renters paying the property tax and the mortgage on the second property while still building equity on it. Now in 5 years, you build up $100,000 worth of equity and you buy a third house, right? And then, you know, you cycle the process, constantly leveraging your equity with the bank since the loan doesn't count as income. And since you're constantly reinvesting your money. And then you basically just have not only your equity increasing due to all of your properties, usually going up in value, but you have all these renters who are the ones paying it for you, right? The only thing you got to do is just be very careful who you get into your houses, because you don't want to get somebody in your house who destroys it, right? That's your biggest risk. The rental market in Ontario is stupid. To rent a one-bedroom apartment is $2,100 plus. You can find condos similar to that. Difference is with condos you get amenities. Yeah. I mean, it's not even just Ontario. I'm pretty sure it's like practically all of Canada. Especially if you're near any of the major cities in Canada. It's crazy to think now, if I look at the renting market, it is practically the same price to rent an apartment as it is our mortgage. And that's the primary benefit of buying a house, though, right? Is it's not for today, it's also for tomorrow, right? Sure, maybe today your rent might be the same as a mortgage or even less than a mortgage, right? But 10 years down the road, you know, your mortgage is the same, but rent has gone up. You have a friend who's renting a 4-bedroom house in Woodstock for $2,100. Well, there's still those other things, but those other things are going to go up regardless, right? Cost of living in general will go up no matter what. And that's the thing too, is if you're renting, and if, let's say, the cost of living is going up too much and your landlord, you know, depending on where you live, they have laws on how much they can increase the rent, right? They can't just all of a sudden double it overnight on you. But what they can do, at least here, is they could say, hey, we need to renovate it, so we're going to have to ask you to vacate the premises in like 6 months. They have to give you notice, right? But that's kind of a way to get you out of the residence. And then they do like a really minor thing, like maybe they just replace the floor in one room. And then they can actually re-rent it out to a completely new person for the price that they want. You're like 2,700 or 270K on my new house. Tempted to throw another 100,000 at the principal and maybe try to pay this shit off ASAP. Probably better off not. I don't know what your mortgage rate is, but your mortgage is like one of those good loans that it doesn't really do you a ton of benefit to rush to pay it off versus obviously paying off other loans, right? If you have other loans, pay them off. If you don't have other loans, it's usually best to invest in, like Dracul was saying earlier, stocks instead of worrying about the interest rate on your mortgage. Unless for some reason you have an astronomical loan. Typically, though, you'll get better returns with that money, investing that money in something else than trying to rush to pay off your mortgage. Am I going to be grinding a while today? I am, yeah. Probably put in about 7 hours. I think around 4 o'clock I got to get going. So it'll be a little earlier than yesterday. Could you get a boost? Absolutely, yeah. $5.99 for a 30-year fixed. Okay. Yeah. Do you have the ability to refinance that at all if you ever see rates come down? Here in Canada, our mortgages are different because we also have a 30-year fixed, but it's actually done in like 5-year segments. Every 5 years, you redo it, right? So it's like a 5-year fixed, but over 30 years. So every 5 years, you know, the rate will either go up or go down. The first years were great. It was like a 2%, 3%. I think right now we're actually at like a 5%. Like halfway through this term. I actually wish we were nearly done this term. Because right now the rates are down like a percentage or two. Do you need a summon, Velkia? Okay. One second. I'll climb part of the way up. Okay. Summons out. Oh, fuck. You're not even on the channel. God damn it. I assumed you were on the channel because I have my channel on screen. Does it give you the summon or no? Probably not, right? Ooh, thank you, kiddo. Pop her right there. Ooh, that looks great. If you give me a minute, I'll summon you as soon as this orb wears off. I'll swap characters, and I gotta eat my lunch anyways. You're on Ilya? Oh, okay. Well, you might be here by the time this thing finishes anyways. Ilya's not that far. I don't know why I rushed to summon there. Ooh, yellow orb. Okay. Maybe swapping rotations was the play. Are we gonna get our first red in a while? There we go. See how close you at. Oh, you're almost here. Okay, I am going to eat. You guys want to see what was brought to me? Here, let me show you guys first. Look at this. Fucking bacon, some eggs, some potatoes, and a little pancake. I'm fucking spoiled. Chick-fil-A for breakfast? What do they have, like, in terms of a breakfast menu? I've never looked at that while I was there. I've only ever got their chicken sandwich, because that shit's banging. Full English breakfast with the, what's that little blood cake thing called? I've never had one of those. I'd try it. Blood pudding, yeah. Or black pudding, yep. How is that? Is that good? Yeah, I think haggis is different, yeah. I was thinking of blood pudding. It's an acquired taste, okay. I imagine it would kind of have the taste of like liver, right? Kind of irony. Metallic taste, yeah. That's what I expected. How's the texture? For me, I can tolerate different tastes, but sometimes like a texture can kill it for me. Crumbly, okay. I didn't get enough potatoes. Got 3 eggs here, but not enough potatoes to dip in the eggs. So it's kind of criminal. I'm gonna have to return this. Yeah, time to complain to management. I have a feeling the management will throw me out of their establishment. I'm assuming they call it pudding because of the blood itself, not the other stuff that's in it, right? Yeah. The blood kind of becomes like a pudding or maybe even jelly like. It's basically like the binder for everything, right? It's almost like they're making a blood jelly or blood pudding to put everything in. I mean, I've never had it, but that's how I've like interpreted it myself. Yeah, and the custard is definitely more of a pudding. Yeah, pudding texture. But yeah, then you mix it with bread. That was delicious. I'm gonna go bring my plate upstairs. Okay, I'm back. I will swap. Ooh, almost level 65. And clear the way for you to get on the statue. Wait, what is this little video player stats thing now on a channel? Shows the resolution, frame rate, bit rate, latency. Munch all that food already? I feel like that was kind of slow. Wait, what's this buff? Ooh, little drop rate buff. Thank you, fuck you. When I went upstairs, there was some more potatoes, so I quickly ate some more potatoes and sopped up some more of the egg yolk that was left on my plate. Okay, you should be good to get up top now. See if you can get up. I'll pull anything that comes running at you. Now I can rotate the normal way. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, they've been doing lots of class changes, eh? So, wouldn't be surprised if Corsair's on that list for them to eventually get to. How much they've been doing lately. They did say PvE changes in June. That might mean that they're almost done PvP changes. The ball's in the, like, July 27th. Still, like, 2 months away. Lots of time for me to still generate some silver. This last global said it was the last one. Oh, shit. Well. Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Have we seen anybody get any of those rare drops yet? The one that's worth a bill that gives everybody on the server 530 crowns? Anybody seen like somebody get that on their channel and they saw the notification pop up? I don't know if there is a notification or anything. I'm just trying to figure it out. Oh, okay. Any EU folks here want to power level me? EU players? I hope it's bugged so we get extra rewards in an extended event. Yeah, you're banned. Oh shit, is my YouTube chat not connected right now? One second, I might not be seeing any YouTube messages. I just realized. Okay, let's do a quick little test. Okay. Weird, I'm typing in them. Am I not live on YouTube? No, I am live, otherwise I wouldn't be able to be connected to it. Okay. Let's see. It's connected. I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect. Oh, fuck off. You've got a suspicious activity on your account. For your protection, we need you to change your password. 1 second. How to fix this. Next. Okay. Now let me connect YouTube. Oh, send me a code. Okay. There we go. Now it's working. So YouTube, if for some reason you've asked any questions and I haven't answered, feel free to re-ask it. A bit of technical difficulties on my end, but I got it resolved. I watched that Jack Ryan movie last night, and I gotta admit, I wasn't impressed. It felt very, very generic. I did not enjoy it even remotely as much as I enjoyed the series. Maybe because it's a movie. And I don't know, I feel like movies just always feel so rushed these days. Why does this song play so much in my playlist? I feel like... Here, I'm gonna actually do something. Ghost War? Yeah. They only got 2 to 3 hours till... Yeah, I know, right? I just feel like... I don't really enjoy movies a whole lot these days. It just isn't enough time for like proper character development. I don't even... I'm pretty sure I haven't watched like the last 5 Fast and the Furiouses. I watched the first one. I watched the second one. And I'm pretty sure I watched the third one. And then after that, I was like, yeah, this is. You know, fanfare now, right? Are all these things true that you're saying? These movies know what they are? I mean, that's true. It sounds like it. Everyone's trying to overdo or, yeah, overdo the next one. I don't think they were really intended to be about racing, though, to be honest. That was kind of the quarter mile in the first one was kind of just like the catalyst for bringing them together into the main story, right? Yeah, exactly. The stealing shit, that's right. Stealing shit and being reckless.
I demand the Sage rework. These changes hurt my soul in PvP.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of rough. It is what it is. Probably gonna have to deal with it for a while, especially if they said that they're not doing any more PvP changes for a while and they're focusing on PvE again. So, buckle up. Probably gonna be a long time until there's any adjustments. Hopefully they still do minor adjustments here and there. The first one was about racing? No, it really wasn't. It was actually about stealing shit. And Paul's character being undercover, trying to expose their theft ring. That was the main story. Like I said, the whole racing thing was the catalyst to bring the movie together, but it wasn't actually the main story. It wasn't about racing. The whole quarter mile thing was just the way for him to, you know, find a way in while being undercover. And the new Western class is about whiskey and guns. That's all we know. There was a glass of whiskey on the table and there was a gun. New Western class gonna be my main? Yeah, well, I wouldn't get ahead of yourself. Maybe. One thing that was in common with these changes is lots of classes got hit with stamina nerfs. Sage, obviously, Ninja, Kuno, Awakened Meiwa for some reason. Seemed like a lot of assassins got hit with stam nerfs. The last class that was actually good? What do you mean, Seraph was good? Seraph was really good. Jedi was really good. What was before that? Oh, before, between Deadeye and Seraph was Wukong. which was kind of a bust at first because of Seraph primarily. But Wukong's in a pretty good spot now. Dosa's still a decent class. Dosa Awakening's still good for large scale too. Basically, PvE and large scale Awakening suck for smaller scale. What's up, babe? Okay. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. How does Awaken Wizard compare to Sage? Doesn't. They're very different. You didn't think Seraph was just a better warrior with Booba? I mean, yeah, but those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. It can be a good class and a better warrior with Booba. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. They basically took Warrior, they gave it more mobility, they gave it every single core in the Warrior kit, made it easier to play. Oh, and gave it a busted grab. Although the grab is much more reasonable now. Similar to Warriors. They're basically Musa with a grab? No. It's actually more accurate to say it was Warrior with Musa movement. Because there was a lot more similarities to Warrior than it was with Musa. They overdid that shit, though. That nerf, that is. The movement nerf was too much. They should have did everything else. Maybe reduce the range on each dash for the movement. But they put her in a fucked up position now. Lawn Awakening grab nerf win? Not this cycle. Apparently we might have to wait another year, depending on how long until they start doing PvP changes again. But I think Lawn is going to be pretty undisputable. You know, probably the strongest class for a while. If they do plan on stopping changes. Because, yeah, they mainly nerf, from what I understand, what I've been told is they mainly nerf the shitty Lawns who run Deadly Dance. Where apparently most of the good Lawns run Eradication. The Lawn got a tiny damage nerf, but that's really it if you run Eradication. Stork with the grab isn't even crazy. Yo, what's up, John? They'll just complain about the next thing, Mundus. That's how it always is. Yeah. Honestly, it would make a Sork more catchable if it had a grab. I don't think Sork with a grab would be the biggest problem. I think Suck Sage with a grab is actually the bigger problem. But it actually has the super armor buff that would not only protect the windup, but it's obviously protected on the attempt, right? Suck Sage with a grab would actually be demonic. It'd be way scarier than Thork. Yep. I think Sorks would get caught a lot more. It's easy to say Sorks just won't spam it, but grabs make people greedy. People don't realize a lot of these classes are so fucking protected that the only time you are catching them is because they tried to grab. I remember back in Season 2 when Sucksage was completely busted. I'd be watching Sucksages stream their AOS games, and they'd be talking about how brokenly overpowered grabs were. It was literally the only way to catch them. The only way to catch them. So basically what they're saying is they just don't ever want to be caught. Because the class was legit perma SA forward guard at that time, with ungodly damage. The only way to catch them. And you didn't even have to be a good Sucksage, you just had to be an okay Sucksage. The only way to grab them, or the only way to CC them ever was a grab. Becomes a slippery slope too, right? What do you think happens as soon as they give everybody grabs, right? Not saying they shouldn't, but I'm just saying, like, let's go down this path. What happens as soon as they give everybody grabs? People then start complaining, well, how come these classes have more iframes? How come they're better at dodging grabs? How come this class has more mobility, so they're better at getting position in their grab? Just the conversation shifts to whatever the next thing is. And if we continuously go down that road of just trying to make sure everybody has all the exact same tools, all classes lose any identity they have, and it becomes a very boring game. The thing is objectively, grabs are the weakest they've ever been, but they feel more mandatory than ever. Why is it that now grabs feel better than ever, despite the fact that their cooldowns are 2 to 3 times longer than they used to be? Protected, they have longer animations, but they feel more mandatory than ever. How the fuck does that make sense? You know why it makes sense? Because they keep making everybody so fucking protected. Turns out it's not the grabs that are the problem. Every time you make everybody more protected, you're buffing grabs. That's where the problem is. No. Just more classes need to get more forward guards, not a combat overhaul. Overhauls are never... The game always ends up worse whenever they do giant sweeping changes all at once. I'm actually, despite the fact I don't agree with how they nerfed Awakening Sage, it obviously did need a nerf. And in general, I am happy how they nerfed everything, where they did like a couple classes at the top they nerfed, a couple classes at the bottom they buffed. I wish they would do that more often. I think if they did that more regularly, this game would be in a much better spot, instead of just waiting and doing giant sweeping changes. Awaken or Sucksage? I think Awaken's still better, but I think the gap has closed a lot. I'd really like to see... The biggest issue with Sucksage is its counters are like a lot of the strongest classes right now, which, I mean, I guess everybody will say their counters are the strongest classes right now. But there's only like one really, really good Sage. Actually, I don't even know what happened to him. Oh, he just hasn't played a whole lot. I'd like to see Virelium play a lot more, because he's a really good Sucksage. I was hoping Divios was going to play Sage on his ult, but he ended up playing Striker. Was he playing Sucksage last night? I heard he was fucking around on Striker on his ult. Classic Deco, not paying attention to the conversation, but jumping in. What was Norelio playing on last night? Did he play on some Suck Sage? Did he hop on an ult? Oh, for the war. Oh, that doesn't mean anything. We know Suck Sage is good in war. I'm curious about like a good Suck Sage in AOS. Damn, you weren't even paying attention to the conversation at all, were you? Didn't even get the right freaking name, didn't even get the right environment. Holy, you just dove in head first. I'll do it again. That's fucking funny. Oh shit, how are those workers doing? Try and upgrade one. It's a really good spot, yeah. It's good XP. Like the second best XP spot in the game. Some of the best money in the game. Decent for events. The thing is, I think Zephyros with Agris is better, but the rest of the time Sakraya is better. And when there's good events going on, then Sakraya is definitely better, right? Because you get more events here than you do at Zephyros. At least that used to be the case. I haven't been to Zephyros in quite some time now. How do you grind that way? Do you feel like I would get that fatigue? I don't know. Just I get asked that all the time. I don't find it very fatiguing. I just chat with you guys and do my grind at the same time. Damn, another yellow. Let's go. How's Junior Mukbang? Get out of here, that shit. We got more yellows than everything else. Maybe we'll get a red. Have one of each as our start. No, no red. How's the grind so far? Can't complain. Doing pretty good. Yo, Shiro. Thank you for the resub. The notification didn't come through, but that's weird. EA added online sieges to Crimson. Did they? Surprised I didn't hear about that. I didn't see that in the latest patch. I don't think that's true. I feel like that would have been bigger news. Oh, you're just yapping. Gotcha. Being a little yapper. Being a little chihuahua. Yep, 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 yep. I think you need to go back to stuffing your face with that Carl's Jr. I don't think it's crazy. I mean, it's a single player game, right? I actually, I'm typically not a fan of fast travel systems. I think it shrinks your game dramatically. I think flying mounts are a fast travel system. I mean, and technically that's not true. We have like, what, 20, 30 people that all have griffins that permanent, well, not permanent griffins, but griffins that are flying around for the next like 8 or so more months. The only issue with Voltarion is the fact that the game can't load quick enough for you to actually take it to its full speed. I don't like the Magnus though. I think the Magnus shrinks the world dramatically. I mean, what's the difference? The dragon on Crimson is the same way. You summon it, you have it temporarily, and then it's on cooldown. I feel like you're trying to split hairs now. No complaints on the Magnus, the Land of the Morning Light. That's true. I think in regards to that, that's kind of necessary. Could you imagine if you had to take your boat out there? That content would be fucking so dead. Ain't nobody taking a boat ride every day out there. I'll do it. Oh, shit. Yeah, but not like daily. Imagine in order to do your weekly bosses, you still had to go to the spot, but you also had to sail out to the Land of the Morning Light to do your weekly bosses. That'd be fucking crazy. Because you know what ended up happening is it would end up like being a whole group routine. In fact, I don't think anybody would do it anymore. It wouldn't be worth the time invested if you had to sail out there. People say, fuck that, I'll just stay mainland and grind. Oh yeah, even for turning in fish, people would just go to like Valencia with the trade buff or something again, right? At that point, just take a second. Oh, true. Yeah, I guess people would do that. They'd have their, yeah, they'd have the split pig out there. Give us character identity and get rid of this. See, you know, I agree with you, but I do understand that that's bad for the game. Especially with how notoriously inconsistent Pearl Abyss is with balancing changes. Locking people, especially too with the sovereign system, right? I think you can make a better argument back in the day when you could sell your main hand or your weapon and buy another one. You would lose the tax, but now you can't do that. You can't expect people to make a second fucking deck weapon because Pearl Abyss bricked their class, right? That'd be kind of crazy. What's the combo I use? I mean, if you just look at the screen, you could see the abilities I'm using. There's the cooldowns on the side there. More of a priority system. Right, you put priority on abilities that have higher burst. Your face blocks most? Oh shit. Good point. Good fucking point. I didn't realize that. Yeah, where could I put it? I could maybe put it below. I don't know if I want to put it that low though. If I put it on the left side, it might end up overlapping, depending how big it gets. Maybe I just raised it a bit. I don't really want it obstructing my view. Well, it's not gatekeeping, it's more you just doing priority on abilities that are higher DPS, lower or higher damage, lower animation time, right? You have more than enough abilities to constantly be cycling stuff. So the main thing that changes is, like, do you have to weave in some movement to reposition for back attacks? Because you're not going to maintain the same cycle if you have to burn some time on some movement. So it's better to know the priority than it is anything else. If you type ! Sage Guide, there's a link to an Awakening Sage Guide there that breaks down the priority system. Tells you, like, what's the most important abilities to make sure you keep them on cooldown. It does, yeah. Shit. And we had 2 accelerating towers. And an orb this rotation. Watch your father for the last cup of pudding? What? What kind of goals do you guys have for the ball? I feel like we're in a weird spot right now where I think a lot of people are anticipating they reduce the pities of Fallen God, and I think that creates a weird situation for new players. They don't necessarily want to buy their Fallen Gods, because if they do that, the prices will crash. They don't necessarily want to enhance their Fallen Gods, because what if it takes more than the pities that they change it to? I don't think they reduce the pities on subs. I don't think they'll do that until they replace subs. I'm hoping whatever they add next has a more reasonable pity amount. I think double is the perfect amount. Double is the sweet spot. I think triple is too much. Like it should have been like 222, not 333. Auto move all to warehouse function? Wait, we already have that. What do you mean? Oh, do you mean like to the central market? Ah, okay. Yeah, I think reducing the value, reducing the pities on an item that's still the apex item for that slot is a slap in the face to the people who currently have it and did the work on it. I think they definitely made a mistake with how many pities they made Sovereign, but I think they can't adjust it until after they replace it, right? Once they replace it with a new item, then they can reduce the pities as a catch-up mechanic for newer players. But then I hope that with whatever they replace it with, they say, okay, 3 times was too much. Let's, dial it back. Oh, I think they'll do both, Draco. Because that's what they did with Blackstar, right? I think they give away a Tet Fallen God, and they reduce the pities. Well, it naturally gets easier over time as everybody makes more silver too, right? There's 2 things happening at the same time. Not only when they finally replace something do they reduce the pities on it, but as everybody makes more money.
Have you ever had a dream that
Acknowledge you, you're funny? No. I'll acknowledge you because you're desperate. You're welcome. I need to start a group chat with you and Dukes, and we need to start fleshing out this idea if you guys are still down to do it. We gotta flesh out this idea, figure out what these activities are gonna be, and then figure out a time or a day where you're both available. Well, we got to figure out the games that we want to do, and we got to figure out how we're going to do it, right? Because they'll probably have to Discord stream their screens. Can you watch more than one Discord stream at a time? Because if they're both doing it, can I watch them both at once? I don't know if I can. I think I can only watch one at a time, right? Better than a one-on-one chat with Cavell? Isn't that the fucking truth? God damn, Dragor, you're 2 for 2. Between that comment yesterday and that comment now, fuck. You can watch multiple? Okay, good. There's an eyeball button. Okay. Because, yeah, like for some of these games, we're going to do like a reflex test, and we obviously need to watch. We're going to be doing like a painting contest where they both got like, let's say 5 minutes in MS Paint to draw the best picture they can, and then chat votes on which one they think is best. What were some of the other options we had or ideas we had? But yeah, we gotta flesh out these ideas so it goes somewhat smoothly, right? So we don't run into issues or end up having Dragor accidentally turn on his camera and everybody sees how ugly he is. Oh my god. Fucking all my viewers will be like, it'll be like The Ring, right? Where you watch the tape and then you die. Dude, Dragor's camera comes on, all of a sudden all the chat's just fucking dead at their PCs. Shut up. Yeah, we'll set it up too, so they have to like stream their desktop. Maybe we'll do like a spelling bee. And they have to stream their desktop to show that they're not looking anything up. Although I guess then they could be looking up on their phones. Fuck. I think a spelling bee would be off the table. A spelling bee race. Ooh, you're right, because then if you have to stop and look it up, that's going to slow you down. Then it doesn't matter if they have to look it up, right? That's a good idea. Yeah, then if you have to look it up versus just knowing it or going for it. Found the illiterate. Yeah, Dragar ain't no wizard. He can't do that spelling shit. I wonder if they're going to give us even bigger stack this next time. Because they gave us, what, a 400 stack last time? I still haven't touched that. I have so much money worth of stacks, because each 100 stack is worth like a bill, so that's 74 bill. 110, we'll just say a bill. 120, we'll just say a bill. 130, we'll just say a bill. 150, what is that, 2 bill? Actually, maybe 3. I should figure out approximately how much each one of those stacks is worth, because that's part of the... going to be the contribution to 10 trill, right? Is the value of the stacks I have ready. Since when has there been a doll on the bookshelf back there? What do you mean a doll? Which bookshelf? Made you look. Oh, God, you're such a fucking child. Yeah, you got me. Fucking got me. You don't need to liquidate them for them to have value, though. That's silver you don't have to spend when you need them. I should open up an Excel sheet though and just figure out everything out. Just run the math on everything I have, see what I'm currently at in terms of value, and actually see how close I am to 10 trill. Watch me end up being like fucking 5 trill away. No, that's impossible. I know I probably have either 6 or 7 trill just between crons and silver. Never mind enhancing mats and stacks. Watch them do a costume price increase before the ball. All of a sudden I'm at fucking 20 trill. Oh, I don't bother counting storage values. It has to be either in a enhanceable, like a usable enhancement state, or silver. But like I'm not gonna go to like my Calpheon warehouse, for example, which probably has half a trillion in there, or sorry, 250 billion. I thought it was more. But I'm not gonna count that in there unless I actually take the time to turn it into silver. But the problem is like sitting there at the central market and putting those into the central market 20,000 at a time, listing it, waiting for others to sell, relisting it. Like that's all opportunity cost. So that 250 trill there, or bill there, isn't actually 250 billion silver if you count the opportunity cost. So that's why I don't count those things. Is it an alright spot right now? I don't know a whole lot about Suck Mystic, sorry. I know they recently got some changes, but I don't know how much it actually helped them. Yeah, I don't think you can actually count that shit.
Have you ever had a dream
The problem is you still got to spend time selling it. It's not, and you have to, in some cases, spend time working it into a sellable product. And you got to factor in the opportunity cost with that. That's why I don't like just counting those values as is. Especially if it's something that's sold out, right? That you've invested in it because it's sitting there at min price, and one day you want to get that back, but you know you can't get it back immediately. If you wanted to actually sell it at min price right now, you'd have to wait for potentially months, listing one stack at a time, waiting for your turn to sell, and then getting it back. Plus the tax. That too. I actually have standards, Cavell, for what I consider movable assets. Yeah, whether it's active time or not active time, sure, that will determine the opportunity cost, but it's still time that has to be spent before you could actually get the money from it, right? Whether it's active or not. You don't immediately have it available. You have standards? Not according to my mom. Ooh, that's a self-burn and a burn. God damn. Not even moms are safe. I think you could maybe include some stuff, like if you have some alchemy stuff that's already made and doesn't need to be worked anymore, but you're just being patient and selling them as high as possible so you don't flood the market and crash your own profits, then I think you can include that at a lower rate, because there's obviously a price where if you did want to liquidate it all, you could probably sell it all very, very quickly if you're willing to take a bit of a loss, but then you need to count that, right? That's not saying that you should do that, but like I said, I just have standards on what I consider actual available assets. If there's too many steps between it being available and its current state, then I just don't count it. Yeah, I don't... Yeah. It's probably better to call it liquid potential, or potential liquid, because you're just waiting on the right circumstance to come around so you can, you know, open the valve and liquidate it, right? Here's maybe this will help better kind of like show why I'm framing it the way I'm framing it, is if, like, let's say for example our suspicions are true and they do release 6 more like a whole new accessory set that are roughly the same cost as like a sovereign weapon apiece with 10 levels. All of the assets I have can be immediately used on enhancing it, assuming it isn't time gated, right? Which it might end up being, but assuming it isn't time gated, the assets I can immediately use on it. Which would be stacks, crons, and silver. And whatever enhancement materials like black stones and stuff that you need to combine together to turn into stones. Memphrags,
I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
Yes. Yes, Crescio. Yeah. I don't know about extremely rare materials, but I hope it has unsellable materials in the market that you have to play the game to get. And then maybe they do like what they did with Blackstar, and they have a node where casual players can gradually get stones through the node, right? Or they also have like, weeklies, right? To set like a nice baseline for casual players. Because I think if you make it too many hours just to get your clicks in, I think that's also really bad for the game, right? Casual players who only get a few hours a week, making them have to grind 20 hours on average for a click means it's going to take them like what, 1 click a month? Like that's a good way to make all those people quit. So I think there needs to be a good baseline. Do you think Essences of Dawn will become irrelevant if they add a new tier of accessories? Not necessarily, right? Depends on how they structure it and what the material will be for using them. If they add new accessories, the real question is what happens to Debos. They might end up making Debos meltable into something. Or maybe they make it so you melt down Karazad for the new stones to click. So now people's old Karazad is now worth something. And Debos are still worth something since you can convert a Debo into a Karazad, right? Is there the potential for there being an issue with essences? Yeah, for sure. But there's also a lot of potential to make sure that nothing bad does happen to them. It's kind of one of those things where you gotta wait and see what they cook up. I'm so eepy, send help. You know what you need? A nice warm blanket and a hot cup of tea. And a little kiss on the forehead. I just got back from Japan last night. I'm struggling. What'd you go to Japan for? Was there a weeb convention? Did you go and get the hentai virus? Sorry. You just went to go? That sounds awesome. Japan is actually like one of the places on the top of my list that I'd like to go see. I want to go when the cherry blossoms are in bloom. I don't know when that is. Probably spring. Duh. Shut up. March, early May. Shit. So you got pictures, Art? Did you go see the cherry blossoms? Oh, brother, do I? Oh my goodness. Probably him fucking all day in massage parlors. I did get 2 massages. One was sketchy as fuck. The other one was great. Okay. What made it sketchy, if you don't mind me asking? Were they like, sir, do you want to take off the towel? No, I'm good. Are you sure? You can take off the towel if you want. And no one else. Gotcha. Well, that's not really that sketchy. Yeah. Probably just a little side hustle while she's at home, you know? Yeah, probably sketchy in the sense is where you just feel like you're walking into someone's house, not a business, right? Did you go in there and say, will you love me long time? I'm so dumb. Yeah, but you laughed. You like it. That's the boomer reference. Most kids these days probably won't get it. They probably heard it, but they don't get it. Well, I was looking for spots one day that legit had signs, no prostitution. You know, that must fucking suck too, right? Like, if you are in a business like that, I bet there's a lot of fucking weirdos out there that go in there and they're always trying to bug you. Any massage therapists? Any RMTs in chat? How often do you have weirdos come in being like, I'll give you a little extra if you massage me a little more intimately? Or, what other services do you have? Do you have any services not listed on the brochure? At least a few a week, I bet. Are you an RMT? A little slap and tickle. Slap across the face, titty twister. That'll be $20. Oh, fuck. Really dope. Holy. To get waxed so you guys can wait. A new weird thing I've been seeing is guys going to get waxed so you can. I actually don't know how that sentence finishes. I'm too innocent, I guess. Where Daisy Duke? Oh, really? I'm sure most guys have tried it at one point when their girlfriend or their wife or whoever's waxing, and you're like, that can't be that bad. And then you'd like roll up your pant leg a little bit and you say, okay, hit me. Let's see how bad this is. And then the wife does it. And you're like, oh, motherfucker, what the hell are you doing that every week? I don't know how anybody could be excited about that. Oh. One second. How's my den going? Getting deeper. We're slowly working it into the Grand Canyon. I'm sports and medical masseuse, so usually I deal with injuries and pain alignments, but there are some widows asking for strange stuff. Even if I'm a man and they got wives, yeah. I bet. And if you're a dude and you're getting that shit, I imagine the ladies get it worse. There must be something very frustrating about that job. These guys aren't a monster type, as you can see by the top. They're just considered monsters, right? So you just set this to no species type. That's what this icon means, is no species type. Where if you're fighting comma mobs, they'll have an icon. If you're fighting demi-humans, they'll look like a little orc with horns. If they look like humans, it'll look like a robed figure. If it's a Dodonna monster, it looks like a little dot with a swirl around it or some shit. You just pick the appropriate one for the type you're at. Is Sage only bad in PvP? That's the thing, is that Sage isn't bad at PvP. Is it has this, like, it's still insanely strong against classes who don't know how to fight it. And against classes who do know how to fight it, it's still extremely strong until it runs out of stamina. But if you know that, hey, this Sage is going to try unloading on me for 30 seconds, and as long as I play smart, avoid the grab, and try to avoid as much damage, by the time he runs out of stamina, that's my opportunity to pressure him. Where if you just let the Sage abuse you and take way too much chip, it's going to force you to have to pull off. Either A, you're going to die while he's doing it, or B, you got to pull off because your health is low. You're significantly battered, and you're going to have to pull off while he's getting stam back. And he's going to get his stamina back quicker than you're going to recover. And then he's going to do it a second time and kill you, right? So you got to know, like, during that initial attack from Awakening Sage, play it safe, play it smart, and get ready to go on the aggressive when you see him back off, because he's going to have to back off for stamina. But yeah, a lot of newer players don't have that same, like, you know, they're still trying to figure out how to play their classes, never mind knowing what every other class does. So all of a sudden they get overwhelmed in 30 seconds by this obnoxious damage, and they're like, what the fuck? They panic. The Sage gets some stamina back, and then all of a sudden the Sage is back on their ass. They didn't take the opportunity that they should have to try to pressure the Sage. Oh shit. Oh my god, what is that picture? Oh, how did I not see this the other day? Holy shit. I gotta post this in the meme Discord. Oh, fuck me. I love this fucking community so goddamn much. There's so much going on in that pic. Share. I don't see any reason why I can't show that on stream, right? It's just a little bit of belly. Is it the net pick? Oh no, that one's, yeah, I'm definitely not posting that one. No, it's an Armin pick. Here, I'll pull it up. I'm pretty. This seems fine. Fucking feed's dead there on the ground. Oh fuck, his shit is too funny, man. I fucking love this community so goddamn much. I don't know who made that, but that's gold. How much time do we have left of this season, by the way? I feel like we might be starting to get closer to the end of the season, right? Lightning Prison Core Stiff. That's right. That's a stiff now, right? I completely forgot they did that. To be honest, though, I don't think the stiff is actually that bad. Since you can immediately cancel out of it. If we had like a built-in like actually, yeah, I don't know what you would actually CC off of that with. If you run that core, it's always just going to be a catch, right? And if you use it as a catch, you now don't have any protected CC re-CCs in your kit. Three body problem? Oh, I saw that. There was only one series of that, wasn't there? Or two seasons? Oh yeah, and Light and Bolt is more mandatory than ever for sure. Oh, is there going to be another season of it? Okay, interesting. Yeah, you just wish all of them were kissing you. I can't say shit like that. Why does it look more real? Because I don't know. I'll leave that up to your own your own speculation. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons. Because he's so cute, we love yapping with him. Sometimes I think it's the opposite. Sometimes I think you guys are just tired of hearing me yap over the music. We have a direct way to increase my viewership. Don't make me go down that last inch. I can come back up, get rid of people. Kyle. That's it. Mormon mode. Business is over. Break it up. Everybody go home. Put your dicks away. I don't know about you guys. I've never been able to wear turtlenecks. In before inappropriate humor. See, that's the thing, is I was waiting for you specifically, John, to type something. I was like, yeah, he's gonna say something along the lines of actual turtlenecks or something. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Is this the post from yesterday with, yeah, I saw this. It is interesting. Right, because like I think in the case of like when Grimkill was getting view botted, it creates a good and healthy situation for him, where people who are being maliciously botted, if you could even call it that, I question the maliciousness of it, but you know there are cases where people are like, "What the hell? What's going on here? Why do I have so many views? What the fuck?" And yeah, like in the case of like Grimkill, he was putting in tickets and stuff. It made him feel bad at stream, like. It sucked for him streaming wise because he would have people coming into his stream all the time be like, "You piece of shit, how dare you viewbot?" And he's like, "Dude, like it's in my title. I'm not trying to do this. I put in tickets. There's nothing I can do about it." So it creates a better situation for situations like that where the streamer themselves can be like, "Okay, this person is obviously doing it this much. So I'm going to subtract that and cap myself. So this way I don't have to deal with the nonstop, you know, the hate brigade coming in thinking I'm doing this to myself." So I think it creates a healthy situation in that regard. But in regards to the people who are doing it intentionally, are they really going to cap themselves? No, obviously not, right? Maybe this is also part of the trick to help establish intent, right? Because any reasonable streamer will have a pretty good idea of what their viewership should look like depending on what's going on in the game, how active the game is, how excited people are about the game, and their normal viewership, right? So if all of a sudden there's a massive anomaly and the streamer refuses to acknowledge that, it is like another data point that says, hey, how come you're ignoring this? You should clearly understand that something's odd about your channel right now, and you're refusing to acknowledge it. So, yeah, I don't hate it. At first I thought that they were going to do that instead of the system where they do it, but it seems like it's meant to be a middle ground, right? Where if something odd is going on with your channel, you can manually do it yourself and then not have Twitch put in an enforcement or whatever on you. Yo, what if I cap my viewership at 6-7? Oh, yo. You'll never get in? What do you mean? People will still be able to come into your stream, it just it won't let your viewership, like your viewer count go above that, right? That's what the caps do. Oh my goodness, look at. Bleep bloop, bleep bleep bloop bloop bleep bloop. People call me a grind bot all the time. You don't want to meet Zeth. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Wait a minute. What's wrong with me? You don't want to invade my home? Nah, my home's everybody's home now. It's our home. Actually, I need to go AFK for a minute. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I'm back. I wonder what the response have been to that message, Cal. I didn't even take a look at the replies. Oh, I can't look unless I log in, for fuck's sakes. Did you see that post, Kinjara? About the self-imposed viewership cap? Yeah. Here, I'll relink it for you. I had it linked to me yesterday. Basically, Twitch is going to roll out that feature where you can cap, they're going to cap viewership, but also you're going to be able to manually do it on your end. Which, I think at face value, people be like, why would you do that, right? Of course, the people who are cheating aren't going to do that to themselves. But I think it also helps establish intent, right? Because people who do have it done to them, like Grimkill, for example, right? There was a time where somebody was viewbotting his channel, and he was really upset about it. He was distressed about it. He was putting in tickets and all that stuff, right? And the problem is like when that's happening to your channel, if you're a smaller creator and that's happening, people are going to just immediately assume that it's happening to you and that you're doing it to yourself, right? Because they're going to be like, why would anybody do it to this person? And then like Grimkill during that time had to deal with people hating on him because of it. And he's like, well, what the fuck, right? I'm putting in tickets. I'm doing everything I can. I'm not denying that it's happening, but there's nothing I could do about it. So I think in a situation like that, it creates a really good opportunity for people to take matters in their own hands and say, hey, look, this person or whoever's doing this, it's not, you know, it's tarnishing my reputation. So I'm going to put a self-imposed cap until they stop. And I think it's a really good tool for that. Also, like, I think it's also really good in the sense that the people who do have it done to them and don't want it done will be separated from those who are... Like, obviously the people who are botting themselves aren't going to put a cap on themselves. Why would they ever do that, right? Why would they pay money to bot their channel and then cap their channel? So I think it does help to kind of draw a line between the people who are having it done to them maliciously and they want to get a jump on it and try to prevent it from happening to them, and the people who either are doing it to themselves or know it's being done to them but are happy to benefit from it, right? I think it draws a line between those two categories. I'm trying to get multi-answers. I'm able to grind up the Nymph. Should I stay DSR, Nymph, or Ores? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'd say go to any of those spots that you enjoy the most. I think they're relatively similar to each other, right? I'd say just grind the one you enjoy the most. It's a video game. It's not a job. If you're going to treat it like a job, you're better off go working your job and coming home and swiping. Illinois is mandating speed governors in personal vehicles if someone has received 2 speeding tickets in a 12-month period. What does that mean? Like, you got to get something installed in your vehicle that won't allow you to go over a certain speed limit? I mean, if you have 2 speeding tickets, I don't see why not. The ducto leaks? I don't even know what ducto is. Are you about to... Is this like a D's nuts joke? Am I about to get fucked? Quack. Oh, you fucker. What a wholesome joke. I like it. It's so dumb. I like it. Canadian wouldn't understand. Understand what? She's making faces at you guys. No, you're supposed to tell them to fuck up. Clip them the bird.
Okay.
They need to negotiate with you about that mustache thing. They're still pressing me for it. I told them they got to negotiate with you. Goofier the mustache, the more you're going to want for it. What? You don't negotiate with terrorists? I think they're leaning more towards like the Omni-Man mustache. Just like a basic mustache. I told them like they got to negotiate. Well, that would be up to you. That's what I was saying is they got to negotiate with you what you want to be seen with, because you got to be seen with me. I don't got to be seen with... Well, I do got to be seen with me, but I don't care. You got to be seen with me. And you're the one that gets to trim it. You're the one that gets to trim it, right? So... yeah, maybe on Monday or something you need to come down and we need to do these negotiations. And you got to figure out... They got to describe to you or show you what they want to do, and then you figure out the price. Yeah. Gifted Austrian painter mustache. Nah, maybe the Charlie Chapman though. Kidding aside, no way I'd do that in fucking Canada. They'd probably throw me in jail for a hate crime. Yo, thanks, Dom. Yeah, I really like the streaming room. It turned out really well. I'm really, really happy how this office turned out. Handlebar mustache that you need to wax to keep pointy. Oh, my wife said no. I used to do that. The old Hulk Hogan mustache. I had that shit come right down, but like bare right here and big fucking pork chop sideburns. Maybe, and my mustache does grow kind of long. Maybe we just get the mustache and yeah, curl up the sides. Like I said, whatever you guys decide on. You guys then got to negotiate with her. The goofier it's going to look, the more she's going to want. See if I can get it to curl up without pulling them out. I could definitely do it, but I gotta spend like more time. It's maybe I need like an iron or something to get a little curl on it, but I could totally give it a little curl. Yeah. I have some in the drawer upstairs. What about fully shaven? Oh, beard, mustache, eyebrows, and everything? Well, I already don't have eyebrows, so that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like this? Let's see. Yeah. I could totally do a mustache like that. Like the sides of my mustache, I could totally curl up. I wouldn't do that little chin strap though. That thing looks kind of goofy. Flavor Saver Mini. Out of context, but maybe I really want an endgame duo. No, I think there should be a good duo spot. I think it's tragic that there isn't one. Just in case you want to take your little Discord kitten out for a little grind, you know? You don't want to have a third wheel. Yeah, I personally don't want that. I don't want somebody coming to my spot and being like, yo, let's grind together. I'm like, because it's the best spot on the channel. And I'm like, no, I want a solo. And they're like, no, either grind together or I'm going to fucking grind over you. Like, think about how that works. Like, legit, you could be grinding solo a spot, and then all of a sudden a party just rolls up and starts grinding over you. 5 people, and there's nothing you could do about it. I think it's fine for party spots, but I don't want that for every spot. Definitely not. This is weird. Is Champion Jason on the front page or something? Ah, he is. Okay. I was like, damn, he's fucking popping off. And then I looked at his viewer metrics. I was like, wait, that doesn't add up. What the fuck? And then I looked and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, front page. That makes sense. Actually, considering he's on the front page, I'm surprised he doesn't have more views right now. Usually the front page comes with over 1,000. Caster, shut up. She's on fire! Oh, fuck. You guys are too fucking funny, you know that? Hey, what's up, Ianu? How you doing? Yeah, I finished it. Took me approximately 40 hours. The money from gathering was way better than I thought it was going to be. I was worried there was going to be a massive opportunity cost at, you know, over 40 hours. I'm typically going to be making like 160 bill, right? But I ended up fucking basically making more than that, considering I'm using everything that I got. Well, except for the Caffers, I guess I sold those. Like, there was no opportunity cost at all. In fact, I might have actually made more money during that time. Although, I guess once you subtract the value of the buffs I was using, it's probably similar. I guess that's one of the benefits of being so heavily invested into life skills, is when a situation like that pops up, I have all the mastery I need for it. Are the bosses spawning the rifts for the event? On my 4th Titan in under 5 minutes now. Damn, you're getting lucky. I don't know what you mean by that first question about spawning rifts. Imagine dozens of developers working full-time for weeks so Zethian has something to do for 4 days. Do you actually think that something like that took weeks to make? It's literally an item. They had to draw an icon, create a new slot in your tent that you put it in, make it so you can right-click to go to your residence, and then just add a bunch of pity items to all the different gatherings. I do not think that that would take dozens of developers. I would think maybe them originally cooking up the idea, like trying to plan out how they want to do it, would take more time. Yeah, use Shift X. Shift X is really good. A Taurus Bomb is really good. Oh, I think they're just talking about, like, just how many extra bosses. I don't think they're talking about, like, Rift bosses. It is kind of misleading to call them Rift bosses, although I think that's what the flavor text says, right? Like a Rift is opened or something like that. Hey, what's up, Mage? Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. After the AOS event, they'll probably wait for maybe AOS to finish. Right, we're Suckdrack next week, right, chat? Suckdrack so back. Shut up, John. How are the Awakened Drakes doing now that we've had, like, what, 2 weeks of those changes? Oh, they're doing pretty good. Surprised Flowers win rate isn't higher. Definitely seemed like a reasonable class now, though. I think in 3 hours, 2.5 hours. What's wrong with Q-block classes? I don't have any inherent problem with them. I don't like how sometimes they diminish the value of being able to just sit in a protection without having to consider rotating cooldowns or stamina. And then they make the argument, well, we gotta watch our HP. It's like, no shit, everybody's gotta watch their HP. But I don't think it's inherently a bad thing. I think they definitely like to underplay the value in being able to sit in an SAQ block, right? Especially in regards how you can, evaluate situations and, focus like 100% of your mental energy on your mental resources on just paying attention to what your opponent's doing instead of having to, pay attention to a variety of resources or cooldowns on your character, right? And it also like creates this opportunity where like if a warrior's sitting there and block to stay protected versus like another class who's rotating protections to stay protected, when an opportunity comes up and like let's say a sage does a Ripstorm, right? Well, if you're a class that isn't sitting in a super armor block, you have to now finish your ability that you're currently doing to stay protected to try to then move into position and punish it. Where if you're in an SAQ block and you're sitting there and you see the sage do that, you're already immediately ready. The millisecond you see that shit go up, you can immediately react, right? And it does create a definitely an opportunity, a favorable opportunity for those classes. I'm not saying a disadvantage, like for the other person, but I think it's important to recognize that that's an opportunity that not all classes are afforded. Yeah, but almost never isn't never. Because it's not about just sitting there in your block either, right? Doing a dash to the side and just hitting Q. So then you do another dash, you hit Q, right? You never have to worry about your Q not being available. You don't ever have to worry about Q not having a protection because it's on cooldown. And if the person isn't doing anything too threatening, you do have the luxury to sit in it and wait while they just shadow box. Yeah, obviously, anybody who says that's all those classes do is just sit there in their block and wait, obviously don't play those classes. Because if you did just sit there in one spot, you're just going to get fucking ripped apart, right? Typically what they are doing is they're rotating between usually limited iframes. Usually the SA block classes have limited iframes. But they're rotating between the limited iframes they have in super armors and that block. Because, they never want their block to get broken. And they'll typically rotate in the super armor or an iframe to allow the block to recover. The same difference? It's not. You're missing the point if you think it is. Because it's actually cooldowns you have to manage and there's resources attached to it. I'm not trying to say like iframes are bad. I'm just saying that there's an inherent advantage with having that type of protection always available no matter the circumstances. Whether the circumstances are good or bad, it's always available. Where an iframe, on the other hand, right, it won't always be available. Unless maybe you're a Sork. Right, that's the difference. It's not a cooldown you have to worry about. If your block breaks, yes, there's a delay before it'll start recovering. That's why you never want it to break. But that only counts if you're hitting Q or S. If you're doing a forward guard ability, then it doesn't apply that way. If you do a forward guard ability, even if your block breaks, you're still forward guarded in terms of the protection, but now it starts chunking your HP, but you still won't get CC'd if you're doing a forward guard ability while your block is broken from the front. Yeah, a lot of people panic. If their block's broken, they'll try to avoid doing a forward guard because they think it's going to be unprotected. And that's not the case. Even if your block is broken, your forward guard ability will still be a forward guard, except it just won't absorb health, right? You'll still take the damage, but you won't be CCable. As long as the person's in front of you, obviously, right? Or the ability is coming from the front of you. You went back for seconds, eh, Fug? Oh my god, you really gotta stop sending me those pictures. Every time you send me a picture of that ramen, not only do I see the new one, I get to see the rest of them. Let's see if I can show it against these mobs. I'll just hold S. They can't even hit me. Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. See? Now it's taking health and my block is locked. Like, there was a delay in the recovery, right? And that's the same thing if you hit Q, right? If I hit Q, my block breaks. There's a delay in the recovery. Now, if I do... might have to take off some AP to show the weapon side of it. I'll just do forward guard abilities. Shit. See? My block broke there, but it immediately recovered as soon as I started moving. So you don't have to worry as much about getting block locked if you're doing forward guard abilities. Also, what was the other thing? Oh, I guess the CC part. I don't know if I want to try to show that. That shit could legit get me killed. I'll try to show it for the sake of you guys. Right? Actually, it might be perfect with just a couple of these fish up here. I just gotta get the crystals off. Fuck, this is gonna be hard. They're probably gonna leash. Yeah. Okay, so now I only have 50 knockback resist, right? I'm gonna try to grab just like one fish or whatever. Okay, I guess shit, that's more than I wanted. Right? Like, let's see if I can get a couple of these to break off. Okay, perfect. Oh, we got one. This might take a while to show. So as you can see, right, this thing CCs me. If I'm forward guarded, it won't CC me. If it could fucking hit me. Right. Now let me get my block to break. And you'll see that even when my block's broken, if I'm doing a forward guard ability, it still won't CC me. Okay, there we go. Block is broken. Right? See, I'm doing forward guards. It's hitting me. Nothing is CCing me. So your forward guards still protect you from CCs even when your blocks are broken. So you don't have to panic CC wise. You still have to be cautious of your health pool because now the damage is not hitting a forward guard or being absorbed by a forward guard. It's hitting your health pool. Oh fuck, I gotta put those crystals back on. These are the right ones, right? Yeah, knockback, float. There we go. That's also part of the reason, too, you guys, why Sorks feel like they never take any damage. Like, they're always iframed. People don't realize Sorks actually have quite a bit. Well, at least they used to. Maybe not today. I'm not entirely sure about Sorks today, but Sorks have a ton of forward guards while they're moving around a lot, but they're forward guard abilities, right? They're not sitting there hitting Q. Even though they can, they're not, right? So even, like, every time you throw an ability at them, it's usually a forward guard. You're hitting the block, and then they iframe again, and then they recover that hit. And then they come out, they throw another forward guard. And even if you do get their block to 0, it's not block locking them because they're forward guard abilities. They're not sitting there in queue, right? Any red orbs? No, no red orbs. Six, 5 witch? Is that like a 6-7 witch? Do you still get the DR block buff if your forward guard is broken? Or doing a forward guard skill? Well, the block buff is attached to using your block, right? And you can't block if your block is broken. That's why it'll kick you out of those. It won't kick you out of a forward guard, but it'll kick you out of, if you do have a Q block, it'll kick you out of that. But the buff is like, what, 10 seconds? So, thing is, even if your block did break, it's going to recover enough that you will be able to, block before the buff wears off anyways. Distortion seals in your mail. Oh yeah, I had some too. I'm not sure why either. Yo, Section 9, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Your block can break? Yeah, Suck Warrior. Good luck with that. Your surroundings distorted as the monsters prepared to invade. Oh, maybe it doesn't mention anything about rips. Wait, did we get 2 bosses back to back? Oh no, it's the same one. Just took forever to die. After the gathering event ended? I know, right? I agree. I am happy I fucking rushed to get that other thing done, but I do agree. Stacking a grinding event and a gathering event at the same time? I guess maybe it's not so bad, because there's some people who refuse to grind and some that refuse to gather. I don't know. I'm happy I went hard on my treasure item before the grind event started, though. Oh. Choice of kittens grinding. I wish you could put a piece of furniture in our tents. That's what I think the treasure item should have done, to be honest. I think it should have unlocked the ability to put a furniture item in your tent and use your storage container from your tent as well. What do you mean? He always drops above Techo. It just always when she's grinding, right? Which, I mean, it's his buff. He earned it. He gets to do whatever the hell he wants with it, right? So don't hate the player, hate the game. If people don't like it, they need to get that castle back. Yeah, it'd be cool if they added more ways to expand our tent and improve upon it. Wait, Pen Mana's closed? 52 bill? Have those always been that expensive? Holy fuck, I was gonna say, I could have swore those were down at 30. That Lockabine Pearls, there's a possibility, a big possibility of that for sure. I want them to. It'd be nice if they didn't, but yeah, bartering buffs. I think that life skills in general, all of them have been getting some pretty good buffs, right? I still want the 24-hour farming fucking change, please. For the love of God. Please. I only want to have to check my farms once a day. Where's that? Where's that at? Like they forgot they were gonna do that. Yeah, no problem, Velkia. You got the level you wanted? Oh yeah, 62, there you are. Anytime. The Fairy Breath Exchange Sharp Chance seems like a nerf. Probably is a slight nerf. But you get now a ton of contribution and more gathering XP, right? So like I did that 40 hours of gathering and got 10 contribution points. That I otherwise would not have managed to get. Yeah, Hicks packs are just something that comes with practice. I think the thing is if you make sharps too abundant, then they'll just start crashing in price. And now, sure, maybe you're getting more sharps, but they're worth less, so it ends up balancing out anyways, right? I think it's important to be very careful at how much supply you add to an item. Because usually something crashing in price hurts you more in the long term than helps you in the short term. Almost all gains from stuff like that are all short-term gains, right? You need it for whatever it is you need it for, and once you have that thing, you no longer need it. Now everything you get, you sell. But if the value of that item is sitting at min price and you can't even sell it, that ends up hurting you way more. Sharps are now permabalance. I wouldn't say permabalance. The alchemy stones have done a good job with that, but if the supply ever starts exceeding the demand required for clicks, they'll start crashing. But people are always a lot more focused on the short-term benefits as opposed to the long-term consequences of a change. Because it feels miserable, for example, when you're waiting on magical shards to make your light stones, right? As a new player, and you hate that, you know, you gotta wait forever for orders. But once you get them, now your magical shards, you have nothing to use them on, right? Now you gotta just start selling them. And if the last thing you want is a market like before that, where magical shards were sitting on the market min price and you couldn't sell them. Now you had all this money you were generating, but it wasn't even really money because you couldn't actually turn it to silver. Right, that's an example of short-term benefit versus long-term consequences. Ideally, you want items to kind of hover somewhere in the middle, right? Because then they're usually sitting around their true value if they're not sitting at min price or sitting at max with orders. When they hover in the middle, that means the economy's working. There's a fair amount of supply and demand balancing each other out. It's so hard to buy, I'm afraid to sell my shards. Yeah. It's typically not a bad idea to sell things when they're at max. I definitely selling things when they're at minimum price. One thing you learn after playing BDO for an extended period of time is anything that's min price, usually Pearl Abyss at some point puts more demand on it. This game rewards hoarding. Yeah, Kabua's our luxury. I wonder if maybe we're gonna get an updated Kabua soon. If Kabua's being the best PvE artifact, but having it at spot, we're getting increasingly lower and lower. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't really be so much of a problem if people didn't feel the need to have more than two, right? People typically end up wanting more than two because it gets so annoying having to swap your light stones in your artifacts. I kind of wish that they would actually convert it so the same way you could change your reform stones in your sovereign weapons, you should be able to do that with your artifacts. Ooh. I think we're getting enhanceable artifacts with free swap and levels up like deck. You think so, huh? I think there's certainly a chance of that. Need better life skill artifacts? Yeah. Is it the aesthetic? Very much so the aesthetic, yes. If they made Awakening Hash lightning themed the same way Awakening Sage is, I'd play Awakening Hash because I like the way Awakening Hash plays better. But the theme to me is, it's like, I love the lightning theme. I'm just not a very big fan of the sand theme. The current 3 endgame spot? I like all of them. I think they're good for different reasons. I think people who like a little AFK phase, I think Zephyros is nice. I think there's people who like Star's End, where you know that you're just kind of rotating around, you kill a pack, or kill a crystal if you see the mob. I think there's nice variety between the top 3 spots. they all have their lane, and you see, like, if you go from stream to stream, I mean, I think you probably see most people do Zephyros or underwater, but you do see people also doing Star's End. Like, it's a super viable option. I think the fact that people don't feel obligated and we actually can have a conversation about, like, which one we like better shows that they did a pretty good job at balancing them enough to, and making them different enough that they feel like options, not obligations. How's the grind event looking? Pretty good. Every boss is like an extra 150 mil, getting about 3 mil an hour, or 3 of them an hour. So it's like an extra half a bill an hour, the bare minimum it feels like. Whereas sometimes, you know, you can get like 500 crons, 1,000 crons, or one of those boxes. So it's a nice feeling event. You feel excited when you see a thing pop up because it's actually worth something. It's not as good as the blissful boxes, but I mean, that event was too good. Another one of those events that it's going to go down in history as like, what the fuck was that at that time, right? Kind of like the old Media event where you ran around collecting treasure chests. It was just such a wild event at the time that ended up so much better than... Back then, like, it wasn't even a grinding event, right? People legit stopped everything they were doing to just go run around the world. Hi, I need help. I need to buy Vel, but in EU there's 870 pre-orders. Yeah, unfortunately, you're at the mercy of the market. Unfortunately, you're at the mercy of the market. You can buy something temporary in the meantime. It's called a Khan's Heart of Destruction. And it's only 1 AP less. And you can mash that with your other Elk Stone. Right? I don't know how available these are on the EU market. But, this is something temporary to hold you off until you can get the belt. The rebalancing world bosses, so Vel might get a buff. Yeah, maybe. I don't understand why they don't have pities for Vel's heart. I did my part. I sold 2 during the Night Vendor event. I am way too fucking cheap to do that. I'm a cheap motherfucker. But fuck you, that's why? Yeah. Maybe one day they'll add pities to it. They've been pretty good. I get a few of them every hour. Shit, died there. I loot scroll? Oh, I appreciate it. Why don't I just build 10 hours? Because I don't want the 10 hours to tick down while I'm AFK. I don't have to want to worry about turning off my scroll if I go AFK. I don't mind if I lose a little bit here or a little bit there, but... it's not that big of a deal. Retired from life skill? I am, yeah. I got my new treasure item, right? I got it a couple days ago. So, I'm retired. Got my Star of Knossos. Pop loot scrolls for AOS, yeah. It's the high-tech cheats. Divios always trying to teach you guys the ABEs of BDO. Always be exploiting. Or I guess ABCs, always be cheating. How often am I getting the 500? I've only managed to get a couple. Yeah, the bosses are probably just triggered by something you loot, right? So while you're sitting there AFK looting, you can't get it triggered. You can also get multiple bosses at once, too. Fuck. I need that Neuralink, you know? I need to get it set up so when I'm sleeping, I could still be grinding. I could just instantly fire it up. Video grinding. You aren't here on Saturdays. That's usually why Saturdays are so peaceful, Trip. Do you mind fucking off? Bosses kill us during AFK phase, so we can't talk once every 15 minutes. I don't think these bosses can kill you if you're grinding any of these spots. They do like 0 damage. But it is funny to see like the amount of chat interaction we had during the gathering arc versus now. Now that everybody's like fucking full grind mode, chat activity definitely fucking took a nosedive. It goes to show exactly what I was saying too, that like chat activity isn't exactly the best metric to try to gauge, you know, what's going on in someone's stream, especially in a game like BDO. There's so many variables that contribute to lower than average chat activity. You know what might be interesting? Maybe at the end of this week, I'll take a look at the amount of chat messages sent versus last week. Obligatory chat activity engagement message. Perfect. We have verified you are in fact not a bot. Yeah, lots of people do, right? Yeah, lots of people just chill. It's like a radio. And then hopefully when I say something that you want to engage to, you're during an AFK phase and you don't die trying to type the response. Or you play Suck Warrior. You can just hit Q and type whenever you want. Or Guardian. Or Suck Nova too, I bet. Ooh. Pay you back. No. I got nothing. You will swipe to get your crystal restored, and you will like it. One left? Ooh, but there's still 6 months left of the year. It's enough? You think so, but what about Adonia Part 2? That shit might be banging. People might be dying left, right, and center. Oh, no. I'm a witch. I won't die if I don't chat. True. Which is super comfy. Dukes! The fuck, man? Apparently you lied. Dragor said yesterday you're full of shit and he didn't block you. So now who's lying? One of you two's lying now. If it has the context of the conversation, sure. If it's just like, yeah, I'm blocking you. I mean, people joke like that all the time. Doesn't mean he actually blocked you. Now, if you're sending them DMs and all of a sudden it says, recipient, holy fuck. What is that word? Recipient is no longer receiving messages from you or some bullshit like that, then you know he blocked you.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Shut up. Words putting into sentence doing. Shut up, all of you. Okay?
Rega speciescent. Re-space speciescent.
I eventually got it right. Recipient, right? That is the fucking word. James, let's see. I mean, yes, you sound like harmony. Yeah, it's an opinion. It's not just how mine is opinion. Katie is stronger than float. Lol. Sure, but you're landing the float more than I'm actually blocking Dukes. Are you? It's... Wait, I don't see anything about blocking here. Oh, I'm actually blocking Dukes. I mean, that does sound like he wanted to block you there. I don't know if he actually did. That doesn't sound like a, yeah, you're blocked, like joking around. That man was angry. He was angry you were involved in that conversation. So even though he might have technically not have blocked you, he definitely showed intent there. I don't know. Is that a half point? Y'all should kiss. Yeah, you should kiss. How tall are you, Dukes? I bet you guys are about the same height, right? Isn't he reasonably tall? Isn't he like 6'3" or something like that? Y'all should what? Necro, huh? He's taller, you're 5'11"? Ooh. Just a little bit under the cutoff. Someone who's lip hip? Strong words for someone who's lip hip. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What is lip hip? Oh, lip height. Okay, that makes more sense. Fuck autocorrect, huh? Sword fight? Wait a minute, we talking real swords? I bet Dukes is working with a nightclub or a billy club, and Dragor probably has like a fucking little McDonald's French fry. Man, this isn't fair. Dragor is not here to respond to any of this. We gotta have this conversation later when he pops back in like 2 hours. This isn't fun when I can't instigate shit. You're gonna be out of town for the PoE 2 launch? Oh no! That's it. Time to remote in. Yeah, Dukes may be a bottom, but he's a power bottom. He's taking control from down below. Do it anyways, Kinjara. Teach that job a lesson. I quit. Why? Because I'm not going to be here for the PoE launch. Hmm? What? What does that have to do with us? No. I need to go get like another cup of coffee or something. Dukes. Times get tough enough. Reminds me of the old Dave Chappelle skit. That's the recession indicator, yeah. The amount of cocks getting sucked per capita has gone up. We need to fix this recession. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. Did I see the boys finale? I did, yeah. I was overall not happy about it. Just it felt rushed. Yeah. It kind of leans into what, man, I can't remember if it was Soldier Boy or someone else was saying to him, but it was like something along the lines, right? Without your power, you're nothing. You're just a quibbling little boy. Something along those lines. And then, yeah, that final scene. I feel like they could have done a whole other season where he just goes, instead of like immediately losing his powers like that. Sorry, I guess I should. Spoiler alert. Plug your ears, you guys, earmuffs. But instead of that, right? Like they should have did like a whole season of him going fucking scorched earth and it just going crazy. I don't know, it just seemed like whoever was making it just wanted to get it over with. That's what it felt like. They were just over it. Sorry, chat. I should have been a little bit quicker with that. But I'm gonna say there's a little bit of ownership on you guys when there's something like that finishing. You can't be waiting weeks to watch it if you don't want it spoiled. But I try to give you guys a week. I think it's been about a week, right? Or maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's only been 4 days. So that's on me. Yeah, that's on me, chat. I'm sorry. That's on me. Normally, I give it a week. Because there's people out there who like to binge watch, right? They don't watch it episode and then wait the next week. They'll wait till the whole season is finished, and then they'll binge watch the whole thing back to back in like a couple days. So that's my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. Blame Dukes. He brought up the conversation. Fuck you, Dukes. Raw tap each of Dawn armor once. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Every single one of them's gonna go for sure. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that to you, so I guess I'm not gonna do it. It's supposed to be a punishment for me, not a punishment for you. So I think I'll actually just not do it then for you. You're welcome.
No. My wife would not approve. You guys are gonna have to negotiate with her on that one too.
Just looking. With this lighting in my room right now, you don't see as many of those gray hairs in my beard. See what happens if I get up nice and close. I wonder if Stream Elements paid me. Let's take a little peeky peek. Little peeky 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 peek. Payments, invoices, and no, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Probably won't get anything throughout the weekend. Maybe on Monday. If they are US, not likely. Yeah, not likely on the... Well, actually, they are... Well, they do have a US office. But apparently they're mainly in Tel Aviv. Their main office. Oh, true. Memorial Day. That's right. Yeah, so probably... Maybe not till Tuesday. Hey, what's up? What is this? What's this? What's this playing? Kind of quiet, huh? Very calming. Almost have like a jazzy feel to it. I wonder how inappropriate this song is. Not like singing about his wiener or something, huh? Getting a good amount of debos today, huh? Like a little debo day. The breakup song, is it? This is the song that's playing for Dukes when he finds out that Dragor's blocking him. PvE damage. I mean, you don't want to sacrifice AP. Like, if you go full DP, it's not like the old days where it felt like it didn't matter what you were wearing, you still did damage. Song got a little loud all of a sudden. Right. You'll do more AP, more damage the more AP you have. As for monster damage itself, I'm not sure. I can't remember. I know at one point it did. I can't remember if they've addressed that or not. Oh, yeah, it's an Awakening Sage. And yeah, it can be pretty chill. You're a pretty squishy class. I'm also super geared, so. Another Dabo. Another Dabo. No, I don't use it. I don't see any reason to. I don't feel like it provides any value to my grind. And if I want to track my loot, there's a foolproof way to do it without running a piece of software on my computer that requires, you know, all I gotta do is just dump it into a storage, right? It's 100% accurate. Storage abuser, yeah. Right. That's what I used to do. Like when I'm interested in a spot, I'll just empty out a storage like the Ulakita one, which is empty, and what I use for that. And I'll just put everything I get in there for the hour. And then at the end, it'll tell me how much it was worth and all that. I also don't want my system taking non-stop screenshots for an app either. What I want them to do, and I think the coolest thing is the Marnie Realm system, right? This. Does it still keep the old ones? Where's the Star's End? When I did Star's End, I was using Marnie's Realm there. There it is. Right? See, this is where the real value is, in my opinion, with this report. Is because... One second, I'm going to pause the music for a second because I don't want to talk over it. But I think this provides significantly more value because seeing how much you're making per hour, there's a lot of things that can vary that, right? Depending on drops and whatnot, right? And you can have some hours where you grinded like shit that look like really good hours, and you could have hours where you grinded really good that look like bad hours. The thing I like about this, and why I want Marnie's Realm Tracker available everywhere, is it shows how many mobs you killed and the exact amount of time too, right? Because that's the real indicator of how fast you're going, how many mobs you've killed. So, yeah, I really, I'd like to see the Marnie's Field report available everywhere. The reality is too, like, they'll say like, oh, it uses such a small amount of your system resources, like 1%. But anybody who knows anything about hardware, when it comes to CPU bottlenecks in BDO, right? When it comes to bottlenecks, that 1% can make a big difference. And sure, maybe 1% doesn't sound like much, but 1% here, 1% there. Before you know it, you've trimmed off 5%. So, yeah, I just have no interest in running something like that on my PC, especially for something that is so inconsequential in game. Something that isn't 100% accurate. It's close, but it's not 100% accurate. It is taking resources, no matter how minimal you try to downplay it, right? I'm not saying this is a thing, nor am I accusing it, okay, but... But imagine that app counts as an embed for someone? Yeah, well that's the thing, is that was his actual original intent, right? One day he was spitballing on stream, and this is something that Blue Squadron was roasting his ass over, is he actually wanted to embed his Kick stream into the app to inflate his views on Kick to generate money, since Kick pays not based on the amount of ads watched, but views in your stream directly. Which is crazy thing to say, but like I said, I give streamers a little bit of flexibility in the things you say, because we're saying things in the moment. Sometimes you don't have much time to think about it, right? So you just kind of let it rip off the cuff, and you misspeak, or maybe you just didn't think an idea through it, the implications of it. It happens to all of us, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say it was just that, but, you know, that's obviously wrong on plenty of levels. And I think it's significantly more dangerous to do in regards to embedding on Twitch, because you're directly stealing from Kick. There isn't like a party in between that's oblivious to what's going on. Right? Because when you're not following the rules, because to be clear, embedding is okay, but there's rules for how you're allowed to embed, right? So when people refer to embedding in a negative way, just know, like, I don't want to have to explain every time what the good and the bad ways are to embed, but I'm referring to the bad ways, right? Obviously, that's when people refer to. Anyways, when you're embedding on Twitch, right? What you're doing is you're stealing from advertisers. And there's a layer of separation between you and the advertisers. Cavell, you dumb bitch. I turned off the redeems because I knew you were going to be stupid. Oh, fuck. I didn't turn off that one. God damn it. Okay, now that one's off too. So you're stealing, like, there's that layer of separation, right? Where you're stealing from advertisers, but there's Twitch in between. And the advertisers, you know, they're not... It's harder for them to see what's going on at a stream-by-stream level. Because they're not paying you directly. They're paying Twitch, and Twitch is paying you, right? So they just kind of, to a certain degree, they got to trust that their money is going to where they want it to be going. Where when you steal, if you were to start embedding on Kick, for example, you're now stealing directly from Kick. Directly will have the data on their end of where those views are coming from, and they will have the you know, they're the ones that are getting the bill to pay you. So I think you are opening yourself to a significantly higher chance of potential legal action doing that against Kick, because it's obviously fraud, right? But like I said, I give him the benefit of the doubt. I think it was just streamer speak, right? He was just kind of spitballing ideas on how to monetize the app off the cuff and didn't really put a whole lot of thought into it. And then that shit ripped and people are like, huh? My scroll's about to die. Yo, I appreciate you. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That's extremely short-sighted. And for somebody who's so good at numbers and analytics, you think he would understand that it might, at face value, feel like you're stealing from corporations, but what you're actually doing is you're stealing from your peers. Because what is going to happen in the long run is these corporations, these advertisers are going to see that their ROI is lower than they expected. And then the next time they make an offer to Twitch, it's going to be, you know, either the same money for more views required or less money for the same views. And what ends up happening is your peers who are playing the game by the rules, they're going to get less, right? So, like, it's extremely short-sighted to think that it's stealing from advertisers or corporations. For one, that's not any better. But two, you're really not doing it. It's the same thing as putting a tax on carbon, right? Trying to say, oh, we want these big industries to be more efficient. The reality is, these big industries aren't going to be more efficient. They're going to pass the cost on to the consumer, right? Underwater basket weaving. Yo, weaving a basket underwater might be quite difficult. But yeah, for somebody who claims to be so good at numbers, it's kind of crazy how how much he demonstrated he doesn't know about where his income comes from. I'm approaching the 300-hour mark in Crimson and have 9 out of 34 achievements. Is there really 34 achievements? I think I only got a few of them. Choice is a super nice dude. He's just not as smart as he likes people to think he is. Nah, and that's not saying he's dumb either. I don't think he's dumb. I think we're all victim of it too. I'm sure I feel like I'm smarter than I am. I think we all comfortably want to believe we're smarter than we are, you know? Nah, I think I'm dumb as shit. Well, I know you're dumb as shit, Cabell. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. We all have our talents, right? I think we all have our strength. We're not all smart in everything, but I think there's some areas where, you know, Cabell's way smarter than us in. At least I don't get triggered when I get interrupted in the middle of a long explanation. That's the thing, is we have no way to know if that's true or not. Because you're just a coward that doesn't stream. We just gotta take you at your word. Can you bless me and give me some Sage tips and tricks? Sage depends on combo or just freestyle? Not really freestyle. More just a priority system, right? There's certain abilities that you want to make sure you're using as often as possible when they're available. If you type !Sage guide, there's a link to a guide there that gives a good breakdown of the priority system. What are we listening to? Sounds like somebody's trying to get courted or something. As soon as my hand improves, I will start streaming again. Do it. Can you explain to me the AI art of Neptunes you are propagating around the interwebs? I am not propagating. I don't need to explain it. Someone else made it. I found it hilarious. You guys pressed me because I was laughing about it. So I put it in my meme channel with a spoiler tag. You need to find out who made that. Actually, I think it was Cowboy who made that. Beefy Pounder, where are you at? Get that man to explain it. You laugh so hard? Yeah. It's a combination of multiple things going on, right? It's obviously
Daddy.
It's obviously, you know, Neptune's as the Meiwa because he plays Meiwa. It's also in the new outfit because the new outfit is so lewd. And then it's also, you know, people are always trying to make personal attacks at Neptune's about him being overweight, so there's that added in there too, right? So it's a combination of multiple things going on, just trying to elicit a reaction out of people and Neptunes, right? Can you explain the AI prompts for that? Because I want them. It's probably a series of prompts. Probably a picture of Neptune's face and a picture of the image, asking AI to put this face on this character, on a Meiwa. Then it probably asks the AI to make the person chunkier. Need a command for it? Nope. That picture is completely inappropriate to be shown on Twitch. I'll show you guys the Armin one that I found today. This one's fine for Twitch. This one cracks me up. You got feeds that are dead on the ground in the bottom left. This one cracked me up. This community is savage. It should be my belt. It should be Mamo's belt, honestly. If it wasn't for that ninja cheese. Amo would have been the one to win it. Stock Warrior PvE changes? Oh my god. Cowboy made it safe for work? That's a different one, yeah. That was actually the original one, and then he made the second one. The second one was the one that I posted. But the one he posted was the original one. Oh, no. Fucking duck. Holy. Says in the top right, denied personal use. I don't know if that means I can use it or not. There, see if it works now. See if either of those work. So you shoot yourself in the foot in order to dodge the bullet to the heart. Sorry, dog. I don't know why I missed that message. It just popped up now. I don't know what that means. What about the other one? Did that one work? There you go. The weekly checklist is starting to It's getting to the threshold of being cumbersome. Like right now, it's only like maybe 2 hours a week, right, between all of the things, which isn't that bad, but what if it ends up doubling, right? 4 hours or even 5 hours a week. And let's assume you're somebody who only, you know, you play 5 days a week and you only have like 2 hours to play each day, 5 days a week. If all of a sudden you have 5 hours worth of weeklies, that means half of your available playtime is now forced to do weeklies, right? Not forced, but I mean, you're gonna feel like you're forced when it's so much more efficient than anything else. I think it's I think they got to be careful they don't go too far with it. You are forced if you want to progress in regards to some of it for sure, right? You're not obviously forced in terms of like your weekly bosses, like your weekly shrine bosses. Those are just money, but obviously, you know, if you want to progress your Elkstone or your armors, then you have to. I mean, once again, technically you don't, right? Technically you could buy a shining, technically, which that honestly isn't too bad of a decision. Or you could buy a Pen Fallen God, but buying a Pen Fallen God or going for Pen Fallen God yourself is completely obnoxious, right? For one, you can't really buy a Pen Fallen God. It's just every 6 months when there's a ball and they give away hammers, some Pen Fallen Gods get listed. And you just gotta cross your fingers and pray, if you're one of those people that want to buy one, that you have the order come through, right? So you really can't buy one. And going for one is completely obnoxious. You run the math on that, it's like an average of like what? Fucking 7 trillion silver or something? Like it's a fucking completely ridiculous amount of silver. It's like the equivalent of saying, yeah, you can go for Pen Fallen God. It's not time gated, you know? You could just go for Pen Fallen God and convert it to a Navadan armor. But that's like saying, yeah, you don't have to wait for a boat to cross the ocean. You can swim across the ocean. There's an extremely low chance you make it, but technically you can swim across the ocean. Right, it's such an obnoxious thing for people to say, well, just go for Pen Fallen God. Cavell, do you realize the irony in what you're saying right now? Did you not just say... At least I don't get triggered when I get interrupted in the middle of a long explanation. Man's literally getting triggered because I was talking over his song request. God, you're such a dent. So now we do have evidence, and it turns out you're full of shit. He did say he's dumb as hell. True. And I am full of shit. Yo, you can't be mad at a man who knows. All right? You ain't playing. Well, you're playing. You ain't trying to pretend. You can't be mad at that. Oh, man. I feel like I slept really well last night, but for some reason I'm still a little eepy today. Where's Ark? How much do I have so far? About 6 or 7 trillion.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. I play this game so much I can make a bet with you guys. If I don't have 10 trillion by the ball, I will donate 1 trillion worth of costumes. Just watch.
Shut up. No, I will not. You stay away from my money. You need to go to Tyrion Underfoe. He has crons for you, 1 trillion worth. All you gotta do is buy them for 3 mil a pop. He's gonna list all the outfits he has in the Central Market if he doesn't hit the goal. Oh, I could easily hit the goal. I could just sell my life skill gear. You kidding me? I would lose less money to tax than if I sold the costumes. I could easily hit my goal if I just sold my life skilling gear. I'll take your hand out of your pants right now. Said hand, not both. Do you even know what fellatio is? Nope. You're gonna have to Google it. My phone just died? Oh, my battery's dying. Wait. Why aren't you charging phone? Oh, there we go. Shut up, John. Probably that Biseptimus guy. He always knows all the stuff that's coming. And if we don't get it, we're coming after Biseptimus for lying to us. How could he? You'll be back later? Oh, you son of a bitch. That's getting skipped. Oh, cellar is now open. Warriors suck, PvE grind win? Oh. Yeah, Warrior Succession's pretty good. I don't have it tagged currently. I have my hash tagged. I'm leveling it up. Right now I'm leveling up my hash. Probably take Drac next week, because I'm going to mess around a little bit with Suck Drac. See how the ion changes feel for it. See if the ions feel so cumbersome.
Have you ever had a dream that you
No. Hicks Packs, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it tremendously. T2 sub too. That's very generous of you. I appreciate it tremendously. I'm a new Sork player. When I want to do both PvE and PvP, is better to play Awakened Sork than Suck? I'm not sure. Any Sorks in chat that can answer that? Or Ficky here? What do Sorks normally grind with? I heard one of the specs is actually pretty decent for grinding. Where's that cowbell? I'm not sure how much I'm getting per hour, to be honest. I have all of the rewards already. Or I think I almost have all of them. I might have all of them now, actually. I think there was just the hammer boxes. Which I probably have enough to get it. But I got a ton while I was gathering. Of course, there's 2 more fish here. Yeah, these are the last 2. And boom. Done. Officially complete. And 2 more of these boxes to stuff down here in the pile of boxes. Pile of boxes that I have nothing to do with. Maybe it's time to get a fallen god and use these for clicking on a tet. You know what I do is I save those, and if they give us a free unsellable Tet Fallen God armor at the ball, like some people think they're going to do, then I collect my free armor, and then I use all those hammers on it. I need like coffee or something. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Anybody going to the Heidel Ball here? Do we know what time that day it is? Anybody? Hello? Anybody know what time that day the ball is? Yeah, I know. Not just West Coasters. I mean, it's usually better for you West Coasters than it is on the East Coast. It would start at like 11 p.m. your time. So sure, you'd have to stay up till like 1 a.m. watching it, but that's not that bad. For us on the East Coast, that shit would be starting at like 2 a.m. our time and end at 4 a.m. That was fucking miserable. No, I know the day it's on. I'm just wondering if we have a time yet. And I thought it was July 27th, not 25th. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Oh, no, you're right. Saturday the 25th. You're right. It just has the application period. It doesn't actually have a time that day. Yeah, same here. I'm actually pretty optimistic about it. More optimistic than I probably should be. See, we getting a red? Nope. No, they're yellow. Yeah, no, they've been doing a pretty good job with the game. Obviously, on an individual level, some people might be unhappy with things that may be happening with their class, but in general, you know, the game's headed in a positive direction. I'm hoping that if we do end up getting better accessories, that they don't end up accompanying it with a bunch more DR somewhere either. Because this, this DR meta is for the birds. I do think that they should do family weapons. As much as I would rather not have a tag system, I do know it's better for the game. Better for casual players. And I think the, not just family weapons, family fucking everything. Especially like life skill gear. Give us just a family life skilling tool, family clothes. Convert it into one like they did with the Manos processing stones. Let us put everything into the, life skill window. I'm so tired of swapping shit. Yeah. Yo, thanks, bud. Turned out to be a nice little gaming office. Easy business expense? Oh, it was an insurance. The water main in front of our house burst, and the ground got oversaturated and eventually ended up making it into my basement. So insurance covered the repairs. Got the 2 rooms redone and the floors redone. Ripped out all the old carpet and decided to convert this room into an office. It used to be a guest room. The only thing I ended up having to buy is one more shelf and the LEDs. Maybe I should save those for a business expense for next year. Where did you put the prisoners? From the guest room? What? Basement dweller confirmed? Yeah. The nice thing about my basement is it doesn't feel like a basement. This side of it, you know, is about, 4 or 5 feet under the ground like a normal basement would be. But the other side of the house, the other side of the basement, you can actually just walk out into the backyard because my house is on a slope. Which ends up working out really nice for this room being my office, because having the limited windows really helps with the camera. Like, I don't have an expensive camera, but the camera actually looks pretty good in this room because it's not competing with a whole bunch of, like, trying to deal with a bunch of different light sources. Also helps the fucking humidity in July and August. My house, it's almost got like a natural air conditioning. As long as we keep the front windows closed that the sun is on. And since the front of the house is the side of the house with the smaller face, it's not absorbing as many rays from the sun. And because the back of the house, which has the larger face, is in the shade, it almost creates like a natural convection in the house, and it keeps it cooler. We don't have AC, and I do want AC because sometimes it does get a little warm upstairs, but in general, it's actually pretty good. Oh, we're missing some drop rate. Where's my 10 buff at? No way I went through all my 10 buffs. I thought I stockpiled those. Actually, you know what I should do? I should just start going through my scrolls. I got so many scrolls that I'm never going to use. This is actually the perfect opportunity to use them. The most complicated? Yeah, it's a very fun class to play. It feels very satisfying. Some people can't get past like when you do spear bolt, it flipping your camera. Some people that's too much for them. Yeah, the skills look pretty cool. I think the suck skills look pretty cool too. Yeah, a lot of people, he definitely gives that Doctor Strange vibe. And for some people, he even looks like Superman. Leprechaun isn't here. He actually has a Doctor Strange outfit for his Sage, and I like to tease him that it looks like Superman. I was just seeing if he is in chat. He must not be. Pitted your deck. Time to quit till ball. Hey. If hitting a deck neck makes you quit, game might not be for you. Yeah. Or deck armors. Average Zeth response. I mean, as BDO players, we all know it's true though. Honest Zeth response. Thank you. Monstrosity, you feeling okay? A Another W for the blind. Complexified, you little bitch. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go find a way to cure the blind and see if maybe I can bring them into this torture too. Be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, pitting the deck weapon feels pretty freaking rough. The permamech? I think it was permanent. No, I think I had to go to like a little depot or something. What's better, XP, Orbita or Tenebrum? I'm pretty sure it's Orbita. Because it doesn't make sense to do that, Angel. Even if I have the worst luck ever, I'm going to be spending roughly the same. So it's just an opportunity to spend less by just being patient. Especially on a piece of gear, on an item that is so inconsequential. It has so little stat benefit, doesn't enable me to do anything new that I'm not already doing. Anytime in PvP where I win, you know, it's not like not having that armor. The chances of that being the reason why I lose instead of win is less than a percentage of a percentage. It's just, it doesn't make sense to throw away silver for that reason. Also, how often do you see Pen Fallen Gods listed, right? Just because you have the money to buy a Pen Fallen God, that doesn't mean that you can buy a Pen Fallen God. Also, on top of that, right, if you buy a Pen Fallen God after you've already dumped money into your Donna armors, now not only are you paying the cost of the Pen Fallen God, but plus the cost of all the resources you dumped into the armor you were already working on that you decided to abandon. It just doesn't make sense for multiple reasons. Best spot for the new bosses to spawn? It's always, events are 99.9% of the time, unless for some reason they're bugged out, like the blissful boxes. It's all about quantity over quality. So killing more mobs per hour will always get you more bosses. But you gotta ask yourself, right, how many more bosses an hour are you getting at that spot? And how much silver per hour are you potentially sacrificing going to that spot versus what the what your best spot could be? Star's End probably does give the most, but I don't think it's that much more now. Star's End's definitely better than Zephyros. You gotta remember, you gotta be careful not to get trapped into your own anecdotal data, right? You could have good hours, you could have bad hours. You need a good, solid sample size to differentiate between them. An individual person won't really have that data until the event's over, assuming they've been grinding like, 20 hours a week over the course of the event. They'll have a rough idea of what it is. But Zephyros should 100%, sorry, yeah, Zephyros should 100% be worse than the other two spots. You definitely kill less mobs per hour there than you do at both Underwater and Star's End. Star's End, you kill a little bit more mobs per hour than Underwater. Underwater, like, it really depends on how many, not just orbs, but how long your orbs last and how many, how good you are at spacing out your towers as well. Yeah, and you're just one person, right? So, like, you could go over the course of the whole week and get less consistently at Star's End than Zephyros. That doesn't mean Star's End is less than Zephyros, though. It just means you had bad luck. That's all it means. People have this weird idea that bad luck will always average out for them, and it's not true. There are people who will get consistently unlucky. There are people who get consistently lucky. It's the collective that creates the average. It's the really lucky people when weighed against the really unlucky people and everything in between that creates the average. But there is no guarantee that things will always average out for you, right? I am lucky in life, so I am unlucky in BDO. One of these days, I hope you're swimming in the ocean, Orca, and a fucking octopus swims up in front of your face and fucking goes all camouflage to look like you, and you finally get a glimpse in the mirror of how fucking ugly you are. That's the same Orca. That's the same scumbag. Yup, that's him right there. That Titan enemy, that's the new event boss that can pop up. There's that and Maraca. Nothing but good and pure-hearted in your life. How many blowholes have you stuffed? Just yours. You just need to be consistent? Yep. Consistency is key. Just know that you should always do what's... try to make sure you do your best and properly analyze the actual numbers of something. And know that, yeah, you can be unlucky at a good spot and make a bad spot feel better. But if you constantly grind the bad spot, you now run a greater risk of not being unlucky at a good spot, but being unlucky at a bad spot. Not saying Star's End is a bad spot or Zephyros is a bad spot, right? They're both good spots to grind, but if you're exclusively after, you know, getting more events, you definitely will get more at Underwater or Star's End. I don't think it's going to make or break you either. You're still, you know, they're still all great money spots. I personally like Star's End or Sakraya better than all of them because of the XP. It's such a consistently good XP spot. I killed that spot. Say something, but it would be interpreted really, really poorly. So I'm not going to say it. So poorly, in fact, that it would probably get me banned from Twitch. You didn't know I acted that way? By act that way, do you mean being aware of how things I say can be misinterpreted? Yeah, it's one of my faults. I'm gonna clip it out of context anyways, just say it. Oh, it would be the clip of the century, and I would 100% get banned. I like to grind in different spots so I don't get burdened out on the same mobs and rotations. I just really care if the spot is good or bad. I at least have fun doing that. Yeah, no, 100%. That's a good thing to do, right? Don't treat the game like a job. Make sure you are floating around having fun. You don't want to feel like you're absolutely inting yourself, right? And I think that's what they've done really good with the 3 top end spots. It doesn't matter if it's Star's End, Zephyros, or Underwater. All 3 are reasonably close to each other and feel different while you're grinding, so you can kind of just pick what you want or rotate through them. I really like that about what they've done. C-type? Yeah. I'm gonna have some weird timing with Siege tonight. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna yes up. Assuming I get in, I mean, I know I signed up pretty early on the bot, but my daughter has a singing recital tonight, and it starts at 6. And they usually go through it pretty quick. It usually takes just a bit over an hour, but there's a few more performers this year. So I'm worried that it's going to end up taking 2 hours instead of just a bit over 1. And then, like, the free-for-all announcement's going to go out while I'm on my drive home. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing, Kanjaro, is remoting into my PC and yesing up. That's what I might end up having to do. Just boo them off stage until your daughter is on? Yeah. Well, some of them are quick, right? There's supposed to be like 70 performers, but like some of them are legit. Like, will be like 6, 5, 7-year-olds, and they'll play like 1/4 of a part on the piano where it's like, Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, her fleece was white as snow. And then everybody claps, and then the next kid comes on, right? And they usually start with the younger kids and move up to the older kids who start doing more completed pieces and performances. You know, for the little ones, it's kind of more of a, like a supportive thing to get them more comfortable on stage, right? That's wild how you just saying that on the same note. Oh, fuck you. So yeah, usually it goes pretty quick because some of these things like are going to be under a minute. They'll probably have a quick little 10-minute intermission at some point too. Assuming there's also no technical difficulties. How many subs for you to never do that again? Ooh. 100. Gonna start in 10 seconds. How many people do we have not subbed in the channel? That many. Make it a sub sound for the gifted. You're an animal. That's diabolical. Holy, a fucking mastermind right there. That would be so hilarious, though. Goddamn. Imagine he gives 100 subs and has to listen to that shit 100 times. This man just showed why he has the front row seat to hell. He got the VIP chair waiting for him. Oh my god. Mary. No, I'm kidding. Yo, thank you for the gifted subs though, Cloud. I appreciate that.
Cloud7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Octok.
Have you ever had a dream
Cloud7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nalva X.
Have you ever had a dream
Cloud7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jez_666.
Have you ever had a dream
Cloud7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Tuzanji.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you wanna know
Cloud7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Popcorn161819.
Tarzan and selling the gluttony crystals, huh? I bet Awakened Guardian is really comfy. Maybe, you know what we do? Maybe when we test out Suckdrack next week, maybe we take her for a little tour. See how she feels at the different grind spots. By the way, Dragor, Dukes came by and I called them out. I said, I confronted Dragor about that shit you said yesterday, and he said you were lying. I said, you both can't be telling the truth. And he showed me the receipts. So now it turns out you are the liar. But only a half liar. That's stern shit? I'm not stern shit. I'm just trying to get to the truth. That's it. That's all. I'm just a man looking for the truth. If looking for the truth makes me a shit disturber, then I guess I'm a shit disturber. No, I was referring to him saying that you blocked him. And you said you didn't block him. And then he showed me a screenshot of the conversation where you looked like you genuinely wanted to block him. Now, technically, you probably didn't. So that's why I say it's a half point. But based on the conversation I saw, that didn't look like it was something like, yeah, you're blocked, kid. It didn't look like it was jokingly. It didn't look like it was just said jokingly. It did look like you were just like, man, I wish this motherfucker would shut up. I'm about to block his ass. If I said Sage has an SAKD, you'd be like, no, he doesn't? Oh, no, I mean, I agree with you. I don't know what the Ninja SAKD is, but yeah, just because it's an SAKD with a tied to your 50%, that doesn't mean that you ever use it. Same thing with the core, too, right? Like, if you were trying to say that Sage has an SACC because of the Spearbolt core, nobody fucking uses that core. So, yeah, even though technically it's true, you're still being fucking dumb about it, right? So, and like, I don't know enough about Ninja to know if that's true or not. I believe you that ninjas don't use that shit, so I personally wouldn't count them. Yeah, I sometimes use my 50% core, but I would prefer not to. But sometimes you have to in a pinch, right? But that's also assuming you have the BSR available. Ideally, it's significantly more beneficial to the extra AP from the Absorb, because you can really blitz someone the fuck out. Yeah, the 25% is good, but there's no CC attached to that. Maybe that's what they should do. Give that motherfucker a knockdown. Ooh, now we're talking. Yeah, if they made the... Imagine if they made Interrogate its own skill, turned it to a super armor to give us more neutral, and then made the BSR for it a knockdown. Oh, that'd be so fucking good. Yeah, Ninja does have the one natural SAKD. But yeah, the conversation was yesterday. Dukes was trying to say that there's an SA core and there's the 50% SAKD, so therefore Ninja has 3, which once again is technically true, but in reality, not the real story, right? The 50% is going to be used in certain situations, and sparingly, and the core, from what I understand, is very rarely used. So even though technically you can't count it, like, it's still nonsense. The core is strong too? Well, I heard from a very well-known ninja that apparently people don't use it at all, so, you know what? Maybe that ninja's full of shit. That's very, very false. Well. Warrior also has 3 SAKDs, counting the BSR nerf, please. Stuck Warrior? Holy. Stuck Warrior just spams CCs. It's crazy. Blur and Yellow both use it? Oh, you bitch. Why didn't you say that yesterday, Dragor? You're purposely trying to mislead me, you motherfucker. Just to get me on your side of the argument. I hate this guy. You were 2 for 2. Now you're back to 0 and 0. Yeah, you're being a nasty bitch. I said not every ninja uses it? Here, let's find out. We're gonna fact check this shit. I'm gonna scroll back to that conversation. Let's see. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Maybe I just misread it. Or misinterpreted it. My twin be lying. Okay, scrolling. Oh wait, what's that website? Isn't there a website for this shit? Kanjara, what's the name of that website again? Chat history on Twitch website. I remember there's a website that makes this shit real easy to find stuff. What the fuck are we listening to? Jesus. Trying to find this chat history thing, but I can't find it now. It'd make it easier to search. By now, I could have just found it. Ah, I found it. I need to bookmark this shit right fucking now before I forget. Boom. Okay, Dragor 333. Search. Wait. I don't even remember what I'm searching now. Oh, something about using the thing. Damn, it's taking a while. Okay, here we go. Yeah, he was complaining about Ninja having 3 SAKDs. He was counting a core, which not everyone runs. And the 50%. I downloaded 3 Blur games last night and didn't see him use the 50% once. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you said that fair. You didn't say nobody uses it. You said not everyone, and I'm sure that's true. And then when you said you downloaded 3 Blur games last night, you were referring to the 50%. Your twin is innocent? He is. He might be the superior twin. You might be Danny DeVito. He might be Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who's who? We don't know. There's 2,000 messages being typed a second on Twitch right now. Holy shit. Okay, you're definitely Danny DeVito because he's the funny one. I wonder if I could see the chat history of just a channel. No shot you can. That's actually crazy. I could actually just see Janae's chat history like forever. Oh, is that only for today? Oh yeah, you can sort it by date too, huh? Can I look at a previous date? Let's see. You totally can too, and you can see the days they didn't stream. Oh, you can even see the total number of messages. Okay, 1 second. I gotta order a pizza. My wife's gonna pick it up on the way home. Okay, I'm going to get a extra large pizza. Spicy habanero cheese stuffed crust? That sounds fucking banging. But I'm just gonna get the regular because the pizza's not for me. I'm gonna get myself a big calzone. Holy fuck. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Creamy garlic sauce. Mozzarella cheese. Toppings. We'll have mushrooms, onions, and spicy sausage. Okay, add to cart. That's a $30 pizza. Jesus fucking Christ. And then I will order myself a panzerotti. Where is it at? Handheld. Yeah, customize that bitch. I want extra cheese. Add that to the cart. Okay. Has my card luck, has my pizza, has my panzerotti. Okay, we're checking out. Continue as a guest. Gonna do for pickup for the future. Fuck. There we go. Food is placed. Okay, I want to take a look at these logs here, though. Let's see, 455 messages. I wonder how many messages I had in my stream yesterday. Yeah, I really like this camera. I've had it for a while. It's nice that it'll keep me in frame. Holy 1,167. It's almost 3 times as many messages in my chat. 3 times as many messages with like a less than half the viewers. Who dat? Get out of here, Audie. Don't you think about it. You stay away from my crabs. I wonder how many messages, like, let's see, by Septimus. I bet his is really high. Okay, 2 messages. Did he not stream yesterday? Oh, no, that's for today. Oh, it reset the date. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, 2,200. So Biceptimus doubled me. But that makes sense, though, because he has, like, double the viewership of me, too, right? So that actually adds up. Although I don't know if he streamed as long as I did yesterday. I think I might have streamed more hours than he did. Good job, Necro. I'm glad you're on the case. We have a master statistician. We have a master baiter in chat. Dragor, raise your hand. We have the master blaster, John Gotti. That's me. So many masters in chat. You got a master bullshitter right here. Woohoo! We just got a collection of masters in here. Master of frozen grapes over there. Shout out to the man making wine. Civilization 7? 40% off. I love the early Civilizations. I haven't played it in so long. Ooh, Lalavero, thank you very much for using that sub on me. Thanks for using that Prime. 3 months, goddamn. Too generous. I appreciate you. If my wife had decided on the pizza 5 minutes earlier, I could have ordered the pizza for pickup for 4:30. But because she waited until 3:31, now it's for pickup at 4:45. That's what she gets for going, I don't know. I don't want to. What do you want? No, I don't want that. But 0 doctorates, yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I'll Google it. I'll have a doctorate. For Crim? Like Crimson Desert? Ooh, that reminds me. Actually, it's not tent buff. It's I'm gonna start using these scrolls. Otherwise, I'm never gonna get a chance to use them. Not those ones. These ones. Actually, a little bit down on drop rate. Why? Oh, there's this one. I don't realize how bright my main monitor is until I put a white screen on it. All of a sudden I feel like I'm flashbanging myself. I know, that's crazy. If a piece of software has the dark mode, I'm turning it on. I do not want to live in the days of getting flashbanged all the time. I have no idea what a job in criminology degree would get you, and I don't want you to either have a certain skill set that wouldn't want you to either have a certain skill set or years of experience. Maybe forensics? I mean, obviously you gotta start somewhere, right? You'd work with somebody. I mean, I imagine like tons of job in any type of law enforcement or law in general, right? Job market is rough. I don't know. I don't think there's actually probably rough for that. There's plenty of people committing crime. Crime is actually up. Business is huge for that industry, I'd imagine. Invest in crime? Okay. No, investing in combating crime, not investing in crime. We're about to start the next Fast and Furious, number 62. I don't think it's that they underestimate it. I think they just don't understand what like some of the most important parts of it is, right? Like, and to me, like, it's de-escalation. I think a lot of people are like, oh no, the police, their job is to come and stop the bad guys. Like, it's a very simple third grade view of it, right? It's like they come stop the bad guys at all costs. But I genuinely, like, after watching, like, there's so many like police cam footage available now for you to watch, and you realize that so much of their job can be resolved through de-escalation. And typically the videos you see of police officers where their actions are questionable, it's because they are not doing a good job at de-escalating and sometimes are escalating the situation. But most of the time, the vast majority of the time, like, you see police officers, they're just non-stop, just trying to de-escalate situations and get people to out of crazy mode, right? Where people are hot and frustrated and angry, just trying to bring down the temperatures so you can actually have a rational conversation. How do you de-escalate a moose? I don't think you can. That's almost as bad as trying to de-escalate a goose. Yeah, the irony of that at Dracul is kind of hilarious, right? You make burgers? Ah, moose burgers. You just hit the moose with an on God, for real, and it leaves. Works every time. Yeah, the moose just cringes and walks away into the woods. You know what? I should probably call it here. Been like a 9-hour stream. We've been at it for a while. I appreciate you all coming hanging out today. If you enjoyed the stream and you're not already following, make sure you shoot me a follow. You'll find me. I stream 6 days a week. You'll find me quicker. But I am going to go and start getting myself ready because in about an hour here, in 45 minutes, I gotta have my pizza and I gotta be ready because as soon as I gotta like rush eating so we can get to the hall for the recital tonight. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Let's see. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Steve. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna send you guys over to Poogie. I'm gonna send you guys over to Poogie. He's a ranger in Erm. Really, really good ranger. Might be the best ranger on the server at this time. And if you're looking at playing some Awakened Ranger and learning some stuff, I'm sure you can learn some things from him. But thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And I'll see you all, I guess not tomorrow, Monday.